Hello everyone and welcome back to the Horror Hut. Before you drift off, it would be a nice idea if you could leave a comment to let me know where you are listening from. Please don't forget to give the video a like and subscribe to the channel. Right, let's get comfy and relaxed, and let's begin. Story 1, Living Shadow, The Haunting of Sleep Paralysis. I never thought a shadow could hold so much weight. Not in the literal sense, of course. Shadows are light-deprived, empty by definition. Yet every night, when I woke paralyzed, there it was, just beyond the edge of the bed, a dark shape that mirrored my every twitch, every desperate attempt to move. For weeks, it had been nothing more than a grim mimic, a silent echo of my own body's betrayal. But yesterday, it smiled. That smile slipped out like a secret, faint and long, and I couldn't stop staring at it even after I woke for real. I'm not a fan of nights. Not since I moved into this apartment. The walls are thin, the hallway lights flicker, and the air smells faintly of old paint and something sour I can't place. I live alone, which is mostly fine. I like the quiet, the way the city sounds muffle into a dull roar by the time I'm in bed. But the last few weeks, something's been off. Not loud or obvious. More like a soft tapping at the edge of my brain, the kind you try to ignore but never quite can. I work at a bookstore downtown, 10-hour shifts surrounded by the smell of paper and dust and the faint bitterness of burnt coffee from the cafe next door. It's the kind of job where you don't expect much drama, just the slow shuffle of customers and the occasional request for a book that's out of print. Some days, I lose myself in the routine. Other days, I feel like I'm watching everything through a glass wall, detached, waiting for something to break the surface. Last night, I woke again. The paralysis had come on as usual. It starts with that sinking feeling in my chest, like I'm sinking in quicksand made of my own limbs. My eyes snap open, but my body stays frozen. And there it was, that figure, standing just far enough away that the shadows swallowed its features. I tried to lift a finger. It lifted its own. I blinked. It blinked. But then, something changed. It smiled. Not a cruel smile, exactly, but an unnerving one. Like it had just learned my secret, or maybe it was enjoying the helplessness more than before. I don't remember if I even breathed. The room smelled colder, the faint scent of mildew creeping in through the cracked window. The slow tick of the wall clock filled the silence, too loud this time, like a heartbeat that shouldn't be mine. I don't usually talk about this. People don't want to hear about waking up trapped inside your own body, about the way fear tastes metallic on your tongue. I know how that sounds crazy, or maybe like I'm making it up. But if I'm honest, I'm starting to wonder if I'm losing my grip on reality. The difference is, this shadow isn't just a trick of the light or a dream. It's too consistent, too deliberate. You probably think I'm imagining things. When I finally managed to move again, the room, with its faint smell of dust and decay, felt different. The air was thick, like it had been holding its breath. The street lamp outside blinked off, leaving the apartment in near darkness. I stared at the corner where the shadow usually stood, but it was gone. Just the empty space, stretching too far into the night. I tried to shake it off and went about my morning like usual. The coffee shop down the street was bustling with the usual crowd, early risers clutching steaming cups, the barista shouting out orders over the hiss of the espresso machine. The smell of roasted beans was comforting, grounding. I took a deep breath, savored the bitter warmth on my tongue, and told myself it was just a bad night. At work, I kept catching myself glancing over my shoulder. The bookstore was quiet, but I imagined the shadow lurking in the corners between the shelves. I told myself it was nonsense. Shadows are just absence of light. Nothing more. Still, the unease clung to me like a second skin. On my lunch break, I walked to the small park nearby. The grass was damp from a morning drizzle, and the air smelled fresh, almost sweet with the scent of crushed leaves and wet earth. I sat on a bench, watching a dog chase after a frisbee, its owner laughing somewhere off to the side. Normal life. I wanted it to feel normal, but the memory of that smile lingered in the back of my mind. Back at the apartment, I tried to focus on something else. I cleaned the kitchen, wiped down the counters with a lemon-scented spray, the sharp smell cutting through the stale air. The faucet dripped steadily, a small, rhythmic sound that somehow made the silence worse. I kept glancing toward the bedroom doorway, half expecting to see that shape waiting. The evening came, slow and heavy. The city lights flickered on, casting long, shaky shadows through the blinds. I ate dinner in front of the TV, a bowl of soup, the taste bland but warm, and tried to distract myself with a documentary about urban legends. Irony, I know. But even as the narrator spoke about myths and folklore, I felt my skin prickling, the sense that I was being watched growing more acute. When I finally went to bed, I told myself to relax, to breathe, to forget. The sheets were cool against my skin, the pillow soft under my head. The window was cracked open just enough to let in a breeze that carried the distant hum of traffic and the faint scent of rain. I waited for the paralysis. It came, as it always did. I woke again, trapped beneath my own skin. And there it was, the shadow, standing silently at my bedside. This time, it moved differently. Not copying, but learning. I could see it shifting, almost hesitating, like it was trying something new. I tried to speak. Just to whisper. Maybe a name. Nothing came out. But the shadow's mouth moved. Not a smile this time. Words. Or something close to words. An experiment in sound. That's when I knew it was no longer just a shadow. It was watching, listening, learning, and I was trapped watching it back. Silence. Complete silence. Except for the slow, deliberate breath it drew. The shadow was still there when I finally snapped awake, the paralysis gone but the weight of its presence lingering like a thick fog. I sat up slowly, careful not to startle myself, and the figure mirrored me. Every twitch, every blink, every breath. But then, something new. It smiled. The brief curve of a mouth, just once, like an awkward twitch. I swallowed hard. I knew I wasn't imagining it. I knew what I saw. I didn't say a word, didn't move any further. I just stared, willing it to speak again. The sound had been nothing more than a rough rasp, like a child trying to learn words from a book it couldn't quite open, but it was there. It was real. The morning sun crept through the cracked window, soft and indifferent. Outside, a dog barked twice, sharp and sudden, then silence. The air was damp with the smell of rain yet to come, and the faint metallic tang of my own sweat felt unpleasant on my tongue. I rubbed my face, trying to shake off the night's residue. I couldn't stay in bed. Not after that. I pulled on jeans and a hoodie, the ones I'd worn the day before, and left the apartment. The hallway smelled like old carpet and bleach. My footsteps echoed unnaturally against the bare walls. I half expected to see that figure trailing behind me, copying everything I did, but the hallway was empty and cold. Still, I kept glancing over my shoulder. The coffee shop downstairs was a small refuge, even at this early hour. The barista, a woman with a crooked smile and a messy bun, handed me my usual without asking. I took a seat by the window and pulled out my phone, scrolling through the photos I'd taken the night before. Grainy shots of the corner of my bedroom, the window cracked open, and a dark blur near the foot of the bed. Hardly proof of anything, but enough to convince me I wasn't losing my mind. I texted Mara. She was the only person I trusted enough to tell. Or at least, the only one I thought wouldn't look at me like I was crazy. Hey, can we talk? Something weird's happening. Like, really weird. No immediate reply. I stared out the window at the gray sky, the promise of rain thickening the air, cold and heavy with silence. The streets were nearly empty, the city still waking up. I wanted to explain everything: the paralysis, the figure, the smile, the voice that wasn't quite a voice, but the words felt heavy on my tongue. Like saying them out loud would give the shadow more power. Or maybe just confirm how unhinged I sounded. The thought made my stomach twist. By the time Mara responded, I was back in my apartment, pacing the small kitchen. Her message was brief. Meet me after work. We can figure this out. I nodded to myself, though she couldn't see it. Maybe I was grasping at straws. Maybe I'd just been up too long. But I couldn't ignore what I'd seen. I spent the rest of the day in a restless haze, eyes darting to every dark corner, every flicker a shade. I kept my phone close, waiting for Mara's texts, scrolling through forums about sleep paralysis and shadow figures, but none of the stories matched mine. None mentioned a figure smiling or trying to speak. That night, I set up my phone to record video. I propped it on the dresser, pointing toward the bed. The red recording light blinked steadily in the dark. I lay down with the sheets pulled tight around my shoulders, willing sleep to come without the usual terror. It didn't. When the paralysis hit, I was ready. I tried to speak again, barely a whisper. Who are you? The shadow moved closer, its shape less defined now, more like smoke than solid form. Then it did something I hadn't expected. It repeated the word, or at least tried. The sound was garbled, a hoarse echo of my own voice. It wasn't perfect, but it was deliberate. I forced my eyes open and stared into the dark. My own breath felt loud in the silence. The shadow flickered, then vanished. I sat up, heart racing. The room was empty except for the soft hum of the recorder and the steady ticking of a wall clock. My hand shook as I grabbed the phone and played back the video. The screen was mostly dark, but just before the paralysis took hold, a faint blur appeared near the bed. I pressed pause, then rewind. There it was: movement. A subtle shift in the shadows. A form that wasn't mine. I felt a cold sweat break out across my back and neck. The air seemed thicker, as though the room itself was holding its breath. The next morning, I called Mara before work. Her voice was tight, concerned. This is serious. You need to start documenting everything every night, every time you wake up. And don't do it alone. I agreed, though the idea of someone else staying here overnight felt both comforting and terrifying. After work, she showed up with a small notebook and a pen. Her eyes were sharp, scanning the room like she was already plotting our next move. Let's treat this like an investigation, she said, voice low. We need patterns, triggers, anything. We spent hours talking, going over every detail I could remember, no matter how small. The position of the window, the sounds outside, even the temperature in the room. The more we talked, the more I realized how little I understood. Have you told anyone else? Family? Friends? She asked. No. They wouldn't believe me. They think I'm losing it. Mara nodded slowly. I think you're being watched. By someone. Real. Not ghosts or monsters. I wanted to argue. To say it was impossible. But the smile. The voice. The way it learned. How do you know it's not just a dream? Or your mind messing with you? She shrugged. Because you're not the only one. There have been reports, people waking up paralyzed, seeing someone there, someone who learns. It's rare, but it's real. I shivered. Who would do that? Why me? Her eyes darkened. I don't know, but we're going to find out. That night, Mara stayed over. She set up a second camera, and we talked into the early hours, trying to keep the mood light despite the growing tension. The apartment felt different with her there, less like a trap and more like a fortress. Still, every creaking groan of the building made me flinch. At one point, she reached over and squeezed my hand. We'll get through this. Together. I wanted to believe her. When the paralysis came again, I wasn't alone. I tried to call out, to speak, but the shadow was waiting. It mimicked my every move, but this time it didn't just copy. It reacted. It hesitated, then tilted its head as if confused. The breath it drew was slow, deliberate, almost human. I fought to open my eyes, to break free, but the weight held firm. Then I heard it, clear as a bell. Hi. Silence. I swallowed, my mouth dry. The word hung in the air, impossible and terrifying. Mara's camera caught it all. And when I finally woke, gasping, the shadow was gone. But the voice wasn't. I didn't know what was worse, the presence itself or the fact that it was learning how to speak. How to reach me. The storm was gathering, and I was standing right in its center. The silence stretched out after it said hi. I couldn't breathe. Not because of the paralysis, but because of the sheer impossibility of hearing a voice, a human voice, coming from the shadow at my bedside. The room smelled stale, like dust and old carpet, but now there was something else, a faint, sour tang, like sweat mixed with something chemical. I wanted to lean forward, to see if I was dreaming, but my body refused. Mara's voice cracked through the stillness, sharp and low. Did you hear that? She sat up straighter, eyes wide in the dim light, the second camera balanced on her knees. It spoke. I nodded, swallowing hard. It said hi. Just. Hi. The shadow tilted its head again, slower this time, as if it was trying to understand whether we understood. It leaned closer, but didn't come any nearer. The outline shimmered at the edges, flickering like a broken video feed. The paralysis tightened around me like iron bands, but underneath, a kind of sick curiosity bubbled. Say something else, Mara whispered, almost scared to break the spell. The shadow hesitated, then shifted its lips, or something like lips, mouthing words I couldn't quite catch. Then finally, it said, "Why?" My breath hitched. Why? The one word was an item twisting in my gut. Why what? Why me? Why now? Why was it even here? I tried to move my fingers. Nothing. Tried to blink. The shadow mimicked the effort, blinking slowly, deliberately. I realized then how carefully it watched me, like a student learning to speak for the first time. Mara reached out a trembling hand and brushed my arm. This isn't just some sleep paralysis thing, she said, voice low. This is someone. Something. Someone watching you. I wanted to shake my head, to tell her that's impossible, that I was losing it. But I couldn't move. I was trapped in my own body, a prisoner of this silent intruder. The night dragged on, the shadow trying out words, sounds that didn't make sense. No, it said at one point, then go. Then, chillingly, stop. Each word was clipped, awkward, like a child fumbling with a new language. But every time it spoke, the air grew colder, heavier, and the room, with its faint smell of dust and decay, tightened around me. I could almost hear the walls closing in. When the first faint light of dawn touched the window, the shadow backed away slowly, disappearing like smoke. I gasped, finally free, my muscles trembling as I sat up. Mara was already awake, rubbing her eyes and staring at the camera. "We have to figure out what it wants," she said, voice steady but strained. "And fast." But I didn't want to think about what that meant. The idea of a human presence, lurking so close, so intimate, felt worse than any ghost story. I had no idea who it was or how it got inside my life, but the fact it was learning to speak meant one thing: it was trying to communicate. Or control. That morning, I called in sick to work. I needed Mara with me. We spent hours reviewing the footage, dissecting every flicker, every twitch of the shadow. The cameras recorded only static or empty blackness, never the figure itself. It was like it existed just outside the frame, a glitch in reality. But Mara found something else. On the recording from the night before, just before the shadow spoke, there was a faint whisper, almost inaudible, like a voice on the edge of a radio dial. We slowed it down until it was clearer. "My name," it said. "It's Adam." I shivered. Adam. Like a person. Not a ghost, or a demon, someone real. "Do you know anyone named Adam?" Mara asked. I shook my head. No. The name felt wrong. Familiar, but wrong. Later, Mara suggested we check the building's records. Maybe there was a clue. We discovered that an Adam had lived in the apartment 2 years ago. A young man who had vanished without a trace. The neighbors remembered him vaguely, a quiet guy, always polite, but prone to long absences. No one knew where he went or why he left. The more we dug, the more it felt like the walls themselves were keeping secrets. The landlord's office was cold and smelled of mildew. Files were incomplete, some pages torn or missing. When I asked about Adam, the receptionist's eyes flickered, and she quickly changed the subject. That night, Mara stayed again. We set up the cameras in the living room this time, hoping to catch something in the open. The apartment felt less like a trap and more like a cage. I lay awake, heart pounding, when the paralysis seized me again. This time, the shadow was waiting at the foot of the bed. It didn't move immediately. Instead, it spoke softly. "Why did you leave?" The words stabbed deeper than any threat. I wanted to scream, to ask who it thought I was, but the weight held me down. Mara gripped my hand from across the room. "Who left?" she whispered. The shadow's form flickered. "You!" The accusation hung heavy. I blinked, confused. What was it talking about? "I'm here," I whispered, voice hoarse. "I'm not going anywhere." But it only repeated, "You left." Suddenly, a chilling realization hit me. This wasn't about ghosts or demons. This was someone real who had been inside my life, watching, waiting. Someone who thought I abandoned them. I tried to move, to reach out, but the paralysis held steady. The shadow leaned closer, eyes empty holes that burned with something I couldn't name. Then it whispered, "Why won't you listen?" I gasped awake, Mara already at my side, shaking me gently. What did it say? I swallowed, trying to catch my breath. "It said I left. And it wants me to listen." The room suddenly felt colder than before, like the air itself was holding its breath. I realized then there was no running, no hiding, because this wasn't some random terror, it was personal. And whatever Adam was, whatever he wanted, he was determined to make me pay for leaving. I glanced at Mara, her face pale but resolute. "We're in this now," she said quietly. "No turning back." The door to the apartment creaked softly, a faint breeze slipping through the crack. And I knew, beyond any doubt, that someone was standing just outside. Watching. Waiting. Learning. The door creaked again. "Did you hear that?" she whispered. I nodded, though my throat felt too dry to say anything. That sound wasn't accidental. Not anymore. It was deliberate. Someone was out there, just beyond the threshold, waiting to slide inside like a shadow. The room felt smaller. The walls, once blank and armless, now seemed to lean in on me. The faint flicker of the ceiling light cast long, twitching shadows that pulled in the corners, and I knew somehow I wasn't alone. I wanted to move, to tell Mara we should bolt, but the paralysis returned like a vice. It always did when the shadow showed up. That figure, the one I'd seen every night, mimicking my movements with eerie precision, was no longer just an echo of my mind. It was real. It was watching. Learning. I tried again to speak. "Who?" The word caught in my throat. A soft, irregular tapping came from the other side of the door. It wasn't loud, more like a hesitant knock. Then silence. I swallowed hard. Adam? The name slipped out before I could stop it. Mara's hand tightened on my wrist. "Don't." But the sound came again. This time, slower. A deliberate rhythm. Like someone trying to get my attention without breaking the silence too much. I hated myself for hoping it was him. I forced my eyes shut. Tried to remember what I'd learned so far. Adam wasn't some supernatural demon. He was a person. A person who'd been hurt, left behind, and maybe twisted by what that did to him. The shadow wasn't some ghost or monster. It was Adam or someone using him. Someone who wanted me to listen, to pay. But how? And why now? The paralysis loosened a fraction, and I willed my fingers to twitch. Mara's breathing was shallow, her eyes never leaving the door. The tapping came again, once, twice, 3 times, then stopped. A cold sweat broke out across my back. The shadow at my bedside stirred. It leaned forward, face still a dark void except for those empty, burning eyes. Then, almost imperceptibly, its mouth curved into a smile, a slow, deliberate curl that sent a shiver crawling down my spine. Yesterday it smiled. Today, it was learning to speak. I forced my eyes open. The shadow's face was closer now, the smile wider, more human. And then, in a voice barely above a breath, it whispered, "Why?" The word hung in the air, heavy and accusing. I blinked, trying to focus. Why what? The shadow's smile faltered, then it repeated the word, clearer this time. Why? It sounded like a child trying to form a sentence, uncertain but insistent. My mind scrambled. Was this Adam? Was it some trick of my own imagination? I shook my head, but the paralysis held firm. I was trapped, prisoner to this silent conversation. Mara's voice cut through the tension. "You don't have to do this alone." I wanted to believe her. Wanted to believe we could end this. But the shadow's presence felt suffocating, a weight pressing down on my chest. It leaned even closer, eyes boring into mine. "Listen," it said, voice cracking. "Listen." I swallowed again. "I'm listening." The silence that followed was worse than the words. The kind of silence that stretches and stretches until it snaps. Then, footsteps. Outside the door. Not hesitant this time, but slow and sure. Someone was moving closer. I snapped my head toward Mara. "You have to call the police." She shook her head, voice low. "If he's here, they won't help. It's more complicated. Complicated. like everything else in this nightmare. The shadow at the bedside shifted, mimicking the movement of my pulsing wrist. It was learning, growing, becoming bolder. The footsteps stopped just beyond the door. The faint click of a lock turning. I froze. Mara's hand squeezed mine. We need to get out. My body wouldn't cooperate. The paralysis tightened again, like a fist closing around my limbs. The door handle rattled. I could smell the faint odor of sweat and musk creeping in from the hallway, mixing with the dust and stale air of the apartment. The shadow whispered again, "Why?" The question wasn't just for me. It hung in the room, with its faint smell of dust and decay, a challenge and a plea. I swallowed, voice barely audible. Because I had to leave. The door handle stopped moving. Silence. Then a slow, deliberate clearing of a throat. Mara's eyes flicked to the window. The fire escape. My heart slammed in my chest. Yes. The fire escape. A way out. But the shadow was already standing, mimicking my shallow breaths. It tilted its head, watching me like a predator studying prey. "Why?" it said again, voice cracking. I forced the words out, each one a struggle. Because I thought it was the only way. The door handle turned again, slowly, but then stopped. The lock clicked back into place. Someone was outside. Someone who wanted me to pay. The shadow's smile faded. Its eyes darkened. It stepped back into the corner, melting into the shadows. Mara grabbed my arm, urgency in her voice. "Now! Before he tries again." I nodded, finally able to move. My legs trembled as I pushed myself up, the room spinning. The stale air tasted thick, metallic now, like iron on my tongue. We moved toward the window. The fire escape was rusty, the metal cold and rough beneath my palms. Outside, the night was alive with distant sirens, barking dogs, and the low hum of city life. But here, in the cramped apartment, the silence pressed in like a physical thing. I glanced back once. The shadow was gone. But I knew it wasn't gone for good. It was waiting. Learning. And next time, it wouldn't just be a whisper. The fire escape rattled beneath my hands as I climbed down, each step feeling like a lifetime. We made it to the street, and the noise of the city swallowed us whole, sirens wailing somewhere far off, a dog barking, a distant train grinding against rail. It was life going on, indifferent and ruthless. I wanted to disappear into it, to lose myself in the crowd, but Mara grabbed my arm again. Her grip was firm, not panicked anymore, but solid. "We can't go back," she said quietly. I swallowed hard, the words caught somewhere in my throat. "What now?" I asked, voice hoarse. She looked up and down the block, then back at me. "I called someone, but it's complicated." Her eyes flickered with something I couldn't quite place, hope, maybe, or fear. "Someone who knows about this. About what's been happening to you." The weight of it pressed down on me. I had spent so many nights paralyzed, trapped between sleep and waking, watching that figure mimic me, copying my every twitch. The smile. Yesterday. The voice today. It wasn't just a trick of my mind anymore. It was learning, adapting, becoming more. And if Mara's contact was right, this wasn't about ghosts or nightmares. It was something human, something far more dangerous. We found a bench a few blocks away, shoved under the weak glow of a street lamp flickering like a candle in the wind. Mara's phone buzzed softly. She answered, whispering. I couldn't make out everything, but the name Detective Harris floated through. Someone with experience, she said, someone who might understand what this was, who was behind it. I looked at my hands. They trembled, the skin prickling where the shadow's cold gaze had touched me. I wanted to believe that once we told someone, this would all end. But I'd seen how it started, small, quiet, relentless. I wasn't sure anything could stop it. Later, in a cramped cafe with peeling wallpaper and the scent of burnt coffee hanging heavy, I met Detective Harris. He was older, with worn lines etched around tired eyes, the kind that had seen too much and lost faith in easy answers. Mara stayed close, her presence grounding me. Harris listened without interrupting as I recounted the nights, the paralysis, the shadow's mimicry, its smile, the voice. When I finished, silence stretched between us, thick and uneasy. People don't just learn to speak from a shadow, Harris finally said. Not without a reason. Not without a purpose. I nodded, swallowing the lump in my throat. So, what? Someone's playing with me? Watching me? Teaching it? He rubbed his chin. Maybe. Or maybe you're being targeted. Someone's trying to break you down, make you doubt everything you know. But why? That's what we need to find out. The days that followed blurred into a haze of sleepless nights and restless mornings. Mara kept close, her voice a steady thread in the unraveling fabric of my mind. Harris's questions dug deeper, peeling back layers I hadn't wanted to face. Was this about something I'd done? Someone I'd crossed? Or was it simply cruelty masquerading as something else? Night returned with its familiar paralysis, but now the shadow was different. It no longer just copied. It hesitated, tried new movements, sometimes almost cautious. The smile came less often, but when it did, it was colder, more deliberate. And the voice grew clearer, almost human, fragments of words that made my skin crawl. One night, as the paralysis gripped me tight, I forced my eyes open, staring into the dim shape at my side. Why? I whispered, voice breaking. The shadow's lips moved, slow and tentative. Because you see. I shivered. See what? It didn't answer. Instead, it reached out, fingers brushing the edge of my blanket. The contact was icy, impossible to ignore. I wanted to recoil, to scream, but the paralysis held me fast. After that night, I knew this wasn't about fear alone. It was about control. About exposure. The shadow wanted me to see something beyond the veil of normal life, something ugly and raw. Mara and Harris pieced together a story that made my skin crawl. A man, once close to me, someone I barely remembered, a figure from a buried past, had been watching. Learning. Wanting to shatter me. The shadow was his tool, a psychological torment designed to erode my sanity. The truth hit like a punch to the gut. Betrayal isn't just a word, it's a slow drip of poison in the veins. I realized how much I'd ignored, how much I'd denied. We planned to confront the source, to force an end to this living nightmare. But I knew, deep down, that some fractures don't mend so easily. The confrontation came on a rainy afternoon. The city smelled of wet asphalt and old newspaper, the gray sky pressing down like a lid. Harris led the way, calm but watchful. Mara stayed at my side, her hand warm in mine. The man, once a ghost from my past, was there, not hiding, not remorseful. His eyes were hard, empty of anything human. He spoke softly, almost kindly. I wanted you to see, he said. To feel the weight of watching, of being watched. To understand. I didn't answer. Words felt useless. Instead, I looked at him, at the shadow he cast over my life. When we left, the rain soaked through my coat, cold and relentless. The shadow inside me didn't vanish, it lingered, a scar beneath the skin. But I was no longer paralyzed. I moved forward. The night still came, and sometimes the paralysis returned, but the power had shifted. The shadow's mimicry was less a trap and more a challenge. I learned to breathe through the panic, to fight the paralysis with sheer will. Mara stayed close, her laughter a fragile shield against the darkness. Harris checked in now and then, a reminder that I wasn't alone. I kept a journal, tracing the edges of what happened, trying to make sense of the nightmare. The words helped ease the weight, turning terror into something graspable. Sometimes, in the quiet moments before sleep, I could almost forget the shadow waiting in the corner. Almost. But I never let my guard down. Because I knew it was still watching. Still learning. And maybe, just maybe, one day it would speak my name. Story 2, Silent Pursuit, Footsteps on the Ridge. The air was thinner up here, sharper somehow, like it carved the inside of my lungs with each breath. I liked this part of the world because it was quiet in a way no city could ever be. The only sounds were the occasional rustle of wind in the branches or the distant, muffled call of a jay. Even the sunlight was different here, cooler, filtered through layers of green like it was reluctant to reach the forest floor. I stopped for a moment, bent over to catch my breath, and wiped a thin sheen of sweat off my forehead with the back of my hand. The trail was steeper than I remembered, or maybe I just hadn't been in shape for a while. Either way, the ache in my calves was a good kind of reminder that I wasn't just wandering aimlessly. I glanced up and saw a flicker of movement near the ridge, a quick shifting shadow between two trees. I blinked. Nothing. Just the wind, probably. My mind played tricks on me sometimes, especially out here where the horizon was endless and the world felt both vast and claustrophobic at once. I shook my head and shrugged. Maybe I was just tired. The mountain was supposed to be empty. I checked the maps, read the hiking forums, called the ranger station twice just to be sure. It wasn't a popular trail, not this remote. That's why I chose it. I wanted to disappear for a few days, get away from the noise, both outside and inside my head. My pack felt heavier than it should have. I shifted it, adjusting the straps, and pulled out my water bottle for a long drink. The cold water hit my tongue, crisp and clean, and I closed my eyes for a second, savoring the moment. I was alone. I liked it that way. Then I heard it again. Footsteps. Not mine. They weren't soft either. They had a purpose, deliberate and steady, like someone walking with a destination. I froze, listening harder. The sound was coming from somewhere behind me, just off the trail, moving parallel. I didn't dare turn my head at first. My pulse ticked up, slow and steady. The last thing I wanted was to run into another soul out here. I'd come to be alone, remember? But the footsteps kept pace with mine, never growing louder or closer, just always there. Like an echo with legs. I stopped and looked back. Nothing. The trees stood still, tall and silent, their needles whispering with the breeze. No figure, no movement beyond the natural rhythm of the forest. I told myself it was probably a group of hikers taking a different route, or maybe a hunter, though the season was over. Still, I scanned the underbrush, eyes straining through the dappled shadows. I called out softly, "Hello?" The sound of my voice felt strange, foreign in the vast quiet. No answer. Not even a rustle. I shook my head again. "Get it together," I muttered. "You're just tired." I resumed walking, slower this time, ears straining for any hint of those footsteps. They were gone. I told myself I'd imagined it. The trail curved sharply, dropping into a narrow ravine dense with undergrowth and tangled roots. The sunlight barely reached the bottom, and the air smelled wetter here, thick with moss and rotting leaves. I stepped carefully, slipping slightly on a patch of loose gravel but catching myself. And then I saw them. 3 figures sitting on a fallen log, not more than 50 feet ahead. They were dressed in muted earth tones, blending into the forest as though they belonged to it. I froze, heart thumping hard enough to hear. They didn't wave or call out. Just looked at me. There was something odd about the way they watched. Not hostile, but intense, like they already knew me, like they'd been expecting me. I swallowed hard and forced myself to say, "Hi. I didn't hear you come up." The tallest one, a woman with a faded green jacket and a bandana wrapped around her head, smiled a little. "We're just taking a break," she said, voice calm and even. "Yeah," said another, a man with a scruffy beard and tired eyes. "Nice day for it." I nodded, stepping closer but still keeping my distance. I didn't expect anyone else on this trail. They exchanged glances, almost imperceptibly. The third, a younger guy, shrugged. "It's not like we're hard to find." That sentence stuck with me, though I wasn't sure why. Something about the way he said it, so casual but with a hint of knowing. I cleared my throat. "I'm heading up to the summit. Planning to camp overnight." They all looked at me again. The woman spoke. "That's a long way. Not many do it in one go." "I'm used to it," I said, feeling a little defensive. The man smiled faintly. "Well, if you need company, we're not far behind." His eyes didn't smile, though. They were steady, watching. I hesitated. Something in the air shifted, like the temperature dipped just a degree or two. The smell of damp earth grew heavier, almost sour. I realized I was gripping my pack strap too tightly. Before I could say anything more, a sudden rustle came from the bushes behind them. The 3 stood up quickly, glancing over their shoulders. Then, just as fast as they appeared, they melted into the trees. I blinked, stunned. They were gone. No trail of footprints, no snapped branches. Nothing but the faint scent of pine and mud. I stood there for a long moment, the silence settling back in around me. The sun dipped behind a cloud, and the forest darkened slightly. The hairs on the back of my neck prickled. I shook my head, trying to laugh it off. "You're seeing things," I whispered to myself. "Or maybe you're just not as alone as you thought." I checked my watch. Still daylight. Plenty of time to reach the summit. But as I turned back to the trail, I couldn't shake the feeling that I'd just met people who knew more about my hike than I'd ever planned to share. And that they were waiting for me. Somewhere out there. The mountain was quiet again. Too quiet. I started walking. I kept walking, but the weight of those vanished strangers clung to me like damp clothes. But I didn't. Instead, I slowed, forcing myself to scan the trees on either side of the path. In the dim light, shapes blurred together, and I had to blink twice to be sure I wasn't seeing something that wasn't there. What was there, though? The vague outline of a figure? A flash of movement? Every time I tried to focus, the thing would vanish, leaving nothing but the scent of damp pine needles and cold earth. I swallowed hard. The night was coming fast. I found a spot where the trail split, a fork I hadn't noticed on my earlier maps. I crouched down and brushed away leaves and dirt, looking for footprints. Nothing. No signs at all. Just the soft earth, untouched. Yet, my gut told me someone had been here recently. Maybe not just recently, but often enough to know this route better than I did. I heard a faint crack behind me. I spun around. Nothing. Just the trees, swaying gently in the breeze, the branches clinking like wind chimes. I forced my breath to steady and tried to ignore the prickling at the back of my neck. "You're just tired," I whispered under my breath. I kept moving toward the summit, but with every step, the feeling grew sharper, like I was watching from the shadows, tracking my progress. I tried to shake it off, but the way those 3 people disappeared without a trace gnawed me. I thought about calling for help, but my phone screen was blank. No signal. Not surprising, given how remote I was, but it made the isolation more real. I was on my own. If someone was following me, if someone was out here, knowing every step I planned to take, what did that mean? The forest floor started to slope upward, and the air turned colder and thinner. I pulled my jacket tighter around me, the rough fabric scratching against my skin. The smell of wet moss and decaying leaves filled my nostrils, and I could taste the faint metallic tang of anticipation, or maybe it was fear. They say you can taste fear. I found a small clearing, circled by thick pines. The sun was slipping behind the ridge now, and twilight was deepening fast. I set my pack down and sat on a smooth rock, trying to gather my thoughts. My legs were sore, but I felt a strange rush of adrenaline pushing through the ache. I pulled out my notebook, the pages damp from sweat. I scribbled down everything I'd seen so far, the strange encounters, the vanishing act, the empty footprints. It felt ridiculous, like I was chasing shadows, but I had to keep track. I had to understand what was happening. A sudden rustle came from the far edge of the clearing. I froze, eyes wide, straining to see. The underbrush parted, and a man stepped forward. Not one of the 3 from before. This guy was older, maybe in his late 50s, with a weathered face and tired eyes. He wore a faded baseball cap and a jacket that looked like it had been through a dozen seasons. "Hey," he said softly, holding up his hands like he meant no harm. "Who are you?" My voice came out sharper than I intended. "Name's Carl," he said, stepping closer but keeping his distance. "I've been hiking these trails for years. Have you seen those people? The ones following me?" I asked, my voice barely a whisper. Carl's eyes flicked toward the trees behind me. "You're not the first to mention them. Folks around here talk, even if they don't say much." I closed my mouth, surprise blooming in my chest. "What do you mean?" He sat down on a fallen log, the bark cracking softly beneath him. "There's a group. They keep to themselves mostly, but they're always out here. Watching. Waiting. People say they're protectors of the mountain, but, well, some think they have different reasons." A chill trickled down my spine. "Protectors? Like rangers?" "Not quite," Carl said with a tight smile. "More like guardians of their own secrets. They don't want strangers poking around." I glanced toward the trees, suddenly feeling very exposed. "Why me? Why now?" Carl shrugged. "Maybe you look like trouble. Maybe you're just out of place. Or maybe they've been following you since you started." The thought made my stomach twist. "I don't understand. What do they want?" He looked at me for a long moment, then stood up, brushing dirt from his pants. "I don't know. But if you plan to keep going, you need to be careful. They're patient. And they don't always announce themselves." Before I could ask more, Carl turned and disappeared into the shadows between the trees. No sudden movement, no crunch of leaves, he just melted away like the others. Left alone again, I felt the forest close and tighter than ever. The wind picked up, rustling the branches overhead and carrying with it a faint, almost imperceptible whisper. I blinked hard, trying to clear the sudden vision of movement in the corner of my eye. I packed up quickly and started walking again, the notes in my notebook feeling heavier with each step. If this was some kind of game, or worse, a warning, then I was playing without knowing the rules. The summit was still a few miles off, and night was settling in around me like a shroud. My breath came out in little puffs, the cold air biting in my lungs. Somewhere far below, a dog barked, sharp and lonely, breaking the silence. I wondered whether the strangers were out there now, watching. Waiting. I didn't stop to look back, but I could feel their eyes on me, steady and unblinking. And I wasn't sure if I wanted to know what would happen if I caught them. The night pressed down with a thickness I hadn't expected, the kind of suffocating quiet that turns the simplest sounds into alarms. I forced my legs to move, the dirt path crunching under my boots, every step a small defiance. The summit was still miles away, though I wasn't sure anymore if I wanted to reach it. The forest around me, thick, dark, and tangled, was no longer a backdrop but a living thing, watching. I could feel it in my skin, hear it in the whispering wind that snuck through the branches. And then, just as I told myself to keep going, I caught the faintest flicker of movement, a shadow detaching itself from the tree line. I stopped. My heart lurched in my chest, the muscles in my neck tightening like a noose. The figure didn't make a sound, didn't move fast enough to be anything but deliberate. It was one of them. The strangers. The ones who had been shadowing me since day one. I swallowed hard, the dryness in my throat thick and bitter. "Hey," I said, voice low, steadying myself even as my hands trembled. "Why are you following me? What do you want?" No answer came. The figure didn't step forward. Just stood there, blending into the shadows like a stain on the forest floor. I took a cautious step closer, and then another. The silence grew heavier, oppressive, almost cruel. Then nothing. The stranger vanished. No crunch of leaves, no snap of a twig. Just gone. It wasn't a trick of the light. I knew that now. My notebook, the one I'd been filling with observations and sketches, felt like a stone in my pocket. Every scribble, every note suddenly seemed pathetic against the truth I was starting to glimpse. I wasn't just being watched. I was being hunted. Not for sport, but for some reason I couldn't understand. And worse, I was trapped. I kept moving, faster now, urgency driving my steps. I needed to reach the summit before the dark swallowed me whole. But as I rounded a bend, my foot caught on a root, sending me sprawling forward. The cold earth bit through my clothes, and I tasted dirt in my mouth. Pain flared in my knee, sharp and surprising. I sat back, running a hand over the scrape and trying to calm the sudden dizziness. The forest was spinning, or maybe it was just a pounding in my head. I noticed then a faint glow ahead, a soft, flickering light wedged between two trees. It was too small to be a campfire, more like a lantern, or maybe a phone screen. Cautious curiosity pulled me forward. As I neared, the light revealed itself to be a small makeshift shelter, branches woven tightly together, leaves stacked for insulation. And inside, the unmistakable outline of a backpack, a pair of boots, and a crumpled jacket. Someone had been here recently. I crouched, heart hammering, ears straining for any sign of life. Nothing but the wind and the distant bark. The faint smell of smoke lingered, sharp and acrid. I wondered if the strangers had set this up, a kind of outpost just off the trail. But why? To track me? To wait? I pocketed the thought and scanned the area. On the ground, half buried beneath dead leaves, was a small, folded piece of paper. I picked it up, fingers numb, and unfolded it carefully. The handwriting was neat, almost clinical. Turn back. You're not prepared for what comes next. No signature. No explanation. I felt a cold wave wash over me, deeper than the chill seeping through my jacket. I wasn't imagining the threat anymore. This was real. And it wasn't just about a hike gone wrong. There was something deliberate, something calculated behind all this. Someone had been watching, waiting for me to reach this point. I looked around again, the forest suddenly feeling tighter, more hostile. The trees seemed to lean in, their branches gnarled like grasping fingers. I wanted to run, to sprint down the path and back the way I came. But I couldn't. Because the trail behind me was blocked. Not physically. No fallen trees or rocks. But the way back was gone in every other way. I'd passed that point hours ago. The strangers had made sure of it. The pattern of their appearances, the way they vanished when I tried to confront them, it wasn't random. It was a trap. I folded the note and tucked it into my jacket. The summit was still ahead, but now it felt like a destination I couldn't reach without crossing a line I wasn't sure I wanted to cross. I thought about turning around again, but the dread in my chest told me that once I did, the strangers would close in, and the forest would swallow me whole. There was no going back. Not really. The wind shifted, carrying with it a new sound, a faint rustle, like fabric brushing against leaves. I froze. My eyes darted through the shadows, searching. Then I caught it, a flash of movement, closer this time. The silhouettes appeared between the trees, emerging like ghosts from the dark. They weren't coming to talk or negotiate. They were moving in. "Stop," I said, voice barely above a whisper, but loud enough to break the silence. One of them stepped forward, a tall figure with a hood pulled low. His face was obscured, but his eyes caught the moonlight, a steady, cold gaze that made my skin crawl. "You shouldn't be here," he said quietly, carefully. No threat in the words, but the meaning was clear. "What do you want from me?" I asked, swallowing the lump rising in my throat. He didn't answer. Instead, he lifted a hand and pointed behind me, toward the trail leading deeper into the mountain. "Keep going," he said. "There's no turning back now." I stared at him, confusion swirling with fear. "Why? What's out there?" His gaze didn't waver. "What's out there is what's inside. You have to face it." I wanted to argue, to demand answers, but the words caught in my throat. The others had crept closer, forming a silent circle around me. Their presence was suffocating, like the weight of 100 eyes pressing down. I could taste the tension in the air, cold and heavy with silence, metallic and sharp. Then, without another word, they melted back into the shadows as they always did. I was alone again. But something had changed. The forest wasn't just watching anymore. It was waiting. And I wasn't just a visitor on this trail. I was part of whatever game they were playing. Whatever this was, there was no turning back. No escape. I stood up slowly, the scrape on my knee burning with cold fire. The summit glowed faintly in the distance, a pale promise against the night sky. I took a deep breath and stepped forward. The point of no return. I'd reached it. And the mountain was holding its breath. The wind shifted, carrying with it a scent I couldn't place, something sharp and cold, like metal left out too long in the rain. It tugged at the edges of my senses, unsettling and faint. The night was thicker here, shadow swallowing shadow, and the trees seemed to lean in closer, their branches cracking softly as if whispering secrets just out of earshot. I stayed still, barely daring to breathe, the ache in my knee throbbing with each pulse like a warning bell. I couldn't shake the feeling that I was being watched, not by the empty wilderness, but by those others. The strangers. They'd circled me before, silent and unyielding, their presence like a tight noose. But now, that presence was more than a memory. It was a weight pressing on my chest, making it hard to think straight. I wanted to turn back, to run back down the trail, but the summit still glimmered faintly ahead, a pale promise in the dark. My mind kept circling the same question. Why me? Why this route? How did they know? Every time I thought I finally caught a glimpse of their faces, they vanished, ghosts of flesh and bone, slipping between the trees like smoke. Face it, the man had said. What's out there is what's inside. I heard the words echoing in my head, and I realized I didn't even know what that meant anymore. Inside what, exactly? Fear? Doubt? Something darker? I swallowed hard and took a step forward, the gravel crunching underfoot. The cold air bit at my cheeks, and I could taste the metallic tang of sweat mingled with the bitter sting of pine resin. Silence. Complete silence. Not a single bird, not the rustle of a small animal. Even the usual night noises were squashed by this oppressive stillness. Then, movement. A shadow flickered at the edge of my vision. I whipped around, heart hammering, but there was nothing. Just the trees, tall and unmoving. My breath came fast, ragged, and I clenched my jaw to stop it from trembling. Who's there? My voice broke the quiet, sounding foreign and weak to my own ears. No answer. Just the rustle of leaves. I forced myself to keep walking, faster now, the trail narrowing as it dipped into a steep ravine. My legs protested, muscles burning, but I couldn't stop. Not yet. Not until I confronted this nightmare head-on. Then I saw them. 3 figures standing in a small clearing, their faces half hidden in the shadows but unmistakably the same group. They didn't move as I approached, like statues carved from the dark itself. The closest one, a woman, tilted her head slightly, her eyes gleaming with something unreadable. It wasn't fear or anger. It was amusement? Or something colder. I stopped a few feet away, hands clenched at my sides. Why are you following me? I said, voice steadier than I felt. What do you want? The woman smiled, slow and deliberate. You asked the wrong question. A dry laugh came from the figure behind her. It's not about what we want. It's about what you need to see. I shook my head. I don't understand. You're making this harder than it needs to be. The second figure stepped forward, a man whose eyes caught the moonlight like shards of glass. You think you're alone up here? That this is just a hike? No! You're in the middle of something much bigger. I looked around, feeling the weight of the trees pressing in. What bigger? I don't have time for riddles. Another figure emerged from the shadows, taller this time, with a voice so quiet it was almost a whisper. The mountain tests you. We're just the mirrors. Mirrors. That word stabbed at me like a cold item. I thought of my reflection in the creek earlier, distorted and shifting. Was this what they meant? Were they reflecting something I refused to see? Enough, I said, trying to keep my voice steady, but my hands trembled. If you want something, say it. Trust me, I was there. Stop playing games. The woman's smile faded, replaced by a look that was almost pitying. You're not ready. Not yet. I swallowed the lump in my throat. Then why keep showing up? Why watch me if you're not going to help? The man with the glassy eyes stepped closer, his breath warm against the cold night air. Because giving you answers would change everything. And some truths are better left buried. I clenched my fists, the ache in my knee flaring up again. I don't believe that. I deserve to know. There was a long pause. The forest seemed to hold its breath. Finally, the tallest figure said, "Look around you. This place isn't just wilderness. It's history. Pain. Secrets buried beneath the earth and tangled in the roots. You're part of it now, whether you like it or not." My mind raced, trying to make sense of his words. History? Pain? Secrets? None of it matched anything I'd read or heard about this range. But maybe that was the point. Maybe I'd stumbled into something no one was supposed to find. Why me? I whispered. Why drag me into this? The woman stepped forward again, her eyes locking onto mine. Because you have to finish what was started, or everything stays broken. I shook my head, backing away slowly. I don't know what you mean. I'm just a hiker. No, the man said, voice low and steady. You're a witness. And witnesses have power. A sudden rustling from the underbrush made all of us freeze. My heart slammed against my ribs. I looked over my shoulder, expecting to see more of them, but it was only the wind disturbing the leaves. I took a deep breath, trying to steady the chaos inside me. If you want me to finish something, you have to tell me what it is. The woman's eyes softened for a moment, almost human. Tomorrow night. The old cabin by the ridge. Be there. If you're brave enough. Before I could respond, they turned and vanished into the forest as silently as they'd come, swallowed by the darkness with no trace left behind. The only evidence they'd ever been there was the cold air that lingered long after their footsteps faded. Alone again. I stared at the empty clearing, every nerve screaming. The summit seemed impossibly far now, a distant glow swallowed by the night. My knee throbbed painfully, and a bitter taste filled my mouth, like ash. I wanted to run, to leap down that trail and never look back. But something rooted me to the spot. A mix of dread and defiance, tangled up with the faintest spark of hope. Whatever this was, whatever they wanted, I couldn't back down. Because I had no idea what was waiting for me at that cabin. And maybe, just maybe, it was the only way out of this nightmare. I didn't want to believe it, not at first, how could I? But as the last sliver of daylight dipped behind the ridge, I realized the truth was unavoidable. They weren't just crossing my path by coincidence. They were following me, watching me, and I had to face them. The sun was a dull orange, bleeding up through the thinning canopy when I caught my third glimpse of the group. They were perched on a rocky outcrop, just above the trail I was taking, faces turned toward me like a silent jury. My breath hitched, not from exertion but because I suddenly felt like a small animal caught in a trap. My hands trembled, fingers tightening around the strap of my pack. I stopped. The crunch of dry leaves beneath my boots was the only sound. I cleared my throat and called up, "Hey!" But my voice faltered when they didn't move. No wave, no sign of recognition. Just those blank, unreadable expressions. I wanted to shout something else, demand answers, but the words died in my throat. Instead, I took a tentative step forward, then another. The wind shifted, carrying the sharp, musky scent of pine and earth. The air tasted colder now, metallic almost, like before a storm. My skin prickled, the hair at the back of my neck rising. Then, just like that, they vanished. One moment there, the next, nothing but disturbed leaves and the faint echo of footsteps fading deeper into the wild. I cursed under my breath, feeling ridiculous standing there. I rubbed my arms, trying to shake off the chill that wasn't entirely from the dropping temperature. The mountain was supposed to be a refuge, empty, silent, free. But it had turned into a cage, and they were the unseen locks. The trail grew steeper, the trees thinning out to reveal jagged peaks silhouetted against a bruised sky. My legs burned, but I pushed on, driven by a growing mixture of fear and stubbornness. I wasn't going to be haunted. Not like this. Hours later, after the last light had died and the moon hung low and pale, I found a narrow ledge that jutted out over a sheer drop. I settled down, pulling my jacket tighter around me. The wind whispered through the pines, carrying distant sounds, the crack of a branch, the rustle of small animals, and always the faint, deliberate crunch of footsteps. Sleep was impossible. Every time I closed my eyes, the image of those faces swam before me, blank and shadowed, like something carved out of stone. I wondered if they were even real people or just figments of my unraveling mind. But the footprints I had found earlier, the careful, deliberate way they moved, it was all too precise to be coincidence. The next morning, I made a decision. I couldn't keep running. If they wanted something from me, I had to find out what. The mountain had swallowed my solitude and replaced it with this silent menace. I needed to break the cycle. I took a deep breath, the cold air biting in my lungs, and started toward the only place I hadn't checked, a small cabin I'd noticed on the map, marked as an old ranger station. It was a long detour, but maybe a place with people, with warmth, would give me an edge. The path was rough, littered with fallen branches and slick moss. My muscles ached, but I kept my eyes sharp. Every shadow seemed to move. Every crack of wood was a potential signal. After an hour, I reached the clearing. The cabin stood crooked and weathered, like a forgotten relic. Smoke curled lazily from the chimney. Relief surged through me, quick and sharp. I approached cautiously, heart pounding. The door creaked open before I could knock, and an older man stepped out. His face was lined, eyes sharp and wary. Behind him, 3 others stood in the shadows, 1 woman, 2 men, all with the same unreadable expression I'd seen before. Looking for shelter? The man asked, voice low but steady. I hesitated. Yes. I've been hiking alone, and I've seen you all before. He nodded slowly, as if this confirmed something. We've been watching, yes. I swallowed hard. Why? What do you want from me? The woman stepped forward then, her eyes softer than the others. It's not about wanting. It's about protecting. Protecting? I echoed, incredulous. From what? They exchanged glances, and the man sighed deeply. This mountain isn't as empty as it seems. People come here, yes, but not all for the same reasons. Some get lost. Some don't come back. We watch for that. But you knew my exact route. My schedule. How? My voice cracked. We knew because you left traces. Signs of someone unprepared, vulnerable. You're not the first who's wandered into trouble without realizing it. We stay close, but hidden. Not to scare, but to intervene if needed. I wanted to argue. To tell them how that felt, how every encounter was like being hunted. But their eyes held no malice. Only a weight of responsibility I hadn't anticipated. Why didn't you just say that? I asked quietly. Because you needed to find out for yourself, the man said. Trust is earned here, not given. You've got grit. But you also have to know when to ask for help. The woman offered a tired smile. We're not monsters. Just people who've seen too many tragedies. I looked around the clearing, the soft glow of lanterns against the creeping dark. The cabin smelled faintly of wood smoke and old paper, and for the first time in days, I felt the tightness in my chest loosen. We spent the night there, sharing stories in silence. They told me about others who had come before, lost hikers, careless wanderers, and how their group had formed to watch and guide, to prevent the mountain from claiming more lives. I listened. I asked questions, some awkward, some desperate. In the quiet hours, I realized how much I had changed. The mountain had stripped away my illusions of control, my stubborn belief in solitude. I was part of something larger now, not by choice, but by necessity. When dawn broke, I packed my gear. The group stood at the edge of the clearing, watching me go. No words, just understanding. As I walked away, the sun warming my back, I didn't look over my shoulder. I didn't need to. The mountain was still vast and wild, but I wasn't alone. Not really. I'd carry their warning with me, the invisible thread of connection weaving through the silent trees. And maybe, just maybe, that was enough. Story 3, Midnight Loop at Hollow Pines, Trapped in Endless Night. The hum of the fluorescent lights overhead was the first thing I noticed when I stepped inside. I liked this shift. The overnight hours had a strange kind of peace, even if the silence could get to you after a while. Not that I had much choice between rent, student loans, and the occasional impulse to grab a sandwich or two. Working the graveyard was the only way to keep the lights on and the fridge stocked. Besides, the gas station was one of those places you barely noticed during the day, but at night it felt like a little island, a bubble cut off from the world. The old radio on the shelf crackled to life as I flipped it on, the static sharpening into a late-night talk show host's soothing voice. It was mostly background noise, but it helped. The store was quiet, save for the occasional beep of the soda machine resetting or the distant thump of a car rolling past on the highway outside. The road that led here was long and straight, flanked by woods on both sides, and I was always a little relieved when no headlights cut through the darkness for a good half hour. I wiped down the counter again, slower this time, because I liked the motion, the roughness of the cloth, the streaks it left behind on the glass. It was mindless enough to keep me focused. I checked the register, made sure the receipt paper roll was full, and straightened the rows of candy bars, even though I knew nobody was coming for a midnight sugar fix. The shelves were neat, but the fluorescent lights flickered ever so slightly, like the bulb was on its last gasp. It made the shadows in the corners of the store dance just enough to keep me alert. At 12:15 a.m., the bell above the door chimed. I looked up, expecting maybe a tired trucker or a random driver stopping for gas. Instead, a man stepped inside, his clothes rumpled and his eyes darting around like he was looking for something or someone. He was in his late 30s, maybe early 40s, with a thin face that looked a little too gaunt to be healthy. His breath had a faint scent of alcohol and something metallic I couldn't quite place. "Can I help you?" I asked, forcing my voice to sound casual, even though my gut twisted in that familiar way it did whenever a stranger showed up too late and too suddenly. He nodded but didn't answer right away. Instead, he shuffled closer to the counter, hands jammed deep into his pockets. His eyes were locked on the register, then flicked up to my face like he was trying to read my expression. "Do you have a phone I could use?" I hesitated. The store had one of those payphones stuck in the corner, but it was out of order, always was. "Sorry," I said, "the phone's dead. Cell service is spotty out here anyway." He let out a slow breath, almost like a sigh, and rubbed at the back of his neck. I need to call someone. It's important." I nodded, though I wasn't sure why. "You can try your cell. Sometimes it works near the pumps." He glanced toward the windows, the glow of the streetlights casting long shadows over the cracked pavement outside. "Yeah, I guess I'll try that." His voice was low, almost hesitant. He moved toward the door, hesitated again, then turned back. "Hey, you wouldn't happen to have any change? For a call, I mean." I dug in my pocket and pulled out a couple of quarters, placing them on the counter. "Here. Good luck." He smiled, though it didn't quite reach his eyes. "Thanks." He stepped outside, the door's bell chiming softly behind him. I watched him through the window, fingers twitching at the edge of the glass. He stood by the payphone, but instead of picking up the receiver, he just stared down the dark road. The wind rustled the dry leaves piled against the gas pumps, and somewhere in the distance, a dog barked twice, sharp, clipped. I turned back to the counter and started restocking the coffee cups, but my mind kept drifting. Something about the man's presence unsettled me, though I couldn't say exactly why. Maybe it was the way he seemed too distracted, like a storm brewing behind his eyes. Or maybe it was the fact that the night felt suddenly colder, even with the heater humming softly beneath the counter. The radio host's voice faded into static for a moment, then returned, but I barely heard it. My gaze flicked to the door again, half expecting the man to come back inside any second. But the store remained still. The only sound was the steady drip of the soda machine and the distant hum of cars far down the highway. At 12:45, the man returned. This time, he moved with more purpose, his eyes sharper, but there was a tension in his shoulders like he was carrying something heavy. He approached the counter without a word and leaned closer, lowering his voice to a whisper. "Can I stay here a while? Just until I figure things out." I blinked, surprised. "It's a gas station. You can't really." "Please," he interrupted, voice cracking just a bit, "I don't want trouble. I don't want to be outside right now." I glanced at the clock again. The thought of calling someone, or even the police, crossed my mind but faded fast. There was something in his eyes, raw, desperate, that made me nod before I even realized it. "Okay," I said quietly. "You can stay inside." He smiled then, genuinely, for the first time. "Thank you." As he settled into one of the plastic chairs near the snack aisle, I couldn't shake the feeling that the night was about to shift. Something about how the air seemed thicker, heavier, like the store itself was holding its breath. I wiped my hands on my jeans and tried to focus on the task ahead. But the clock kept ticking, and the hours stretched out before me like an endless road. The stranger sat in the plastic chair like he belonged there, though I was sure I'd never see a place like this as anyone's refuge. He kept his hands folded on his lap, fingers twitching occasionally, like he was trying to will himself calm. I wiped my palms on the worn denim of my jeans, feeling the rough fabric, the slight dampness from a spill earlier. That spill, another thing I couldn't shake. The way the liquid pooled on the tile, dark and sticky, refusing to absorb. "Do you want something to drink?" I asked, mostly to break the silence. He looked up, eyes shadowed but sharper now. "Water's fine." His voice was low, tearful. I grabbed a bottle from the fridge, the cold plastic sweating in my hand. The fluorescent light above buzzed louder, or maybe I was just noticing it now. I handed it over, watching as he took a slow sip. He swallowed hard, eyes darting to the windows as if expecting something or someone outside. I glanced at the clock again. 11:17 p.m. Somehow, the hours felt heavier now, pressed down by something I couldn't name. The night wasn't just long, it was waiting. "What's your name?" I asked, partly out of habit, partly because talking to someone felt safer than the silence. He hesitated, then said, "Eli." "Eli," I repeated. "You don't have to explain if you don't want to." He nodded but didn't speak for a while. Instead, he looked around the store, eyes flicking over the shelves, the counter, the old security camera mounted in the corner. I felt the weight of his gaze and the sudden urge to check those cameras myself, even though I'd done it twice already tonight. "What brings you out here?" I asked finally. He sighed, a sound like wind through dry leaves. "I'm trying to remember. Or maybe forget. I'm not sure anymore." That answer didn't help. It only made the knot in my stomach tighten. I wiped my hands on my shirt again, a nervous habit I was aware of but couldn't stop. "You're not from around here, are you?" "No," he said. "Not really. I've been drifting. Trying to find something." "Something like what?" I found myself leaning on the counter, the cool edge pressing into my forearms. peace. Or answers. Maybe both. He looked tired, bone-deep tired, the kind that sleep couldn't fix. I felt a strange pull, an urge to help but also to keep my distance. The gas station had always been a simple place, a pit stop for lonely souls and late-night wanderers. But Eli was different. His presence shifted the air like a storm brewing quietly. The door chimed suddenly, sharp and unexpected. I startled, the sound echoing too loud in the silent store. A woman stepped inside, her face flushed from the cold, breath ghosting in the air. She looked around quickly, eyes landing on Eli. A flicker of recognition, or was it suspicion, crossed her face. "Are you okay?" she asked him, voice low. He shrugged, avoiding her gaze. "I'm fine." She looked at me then, as if searching for confirmation. "He's been out there for hours," she said. "I live nearby." Saw him pacing by the road, talking to himself. I nodded slowly. "He's inside now." She glanced at the clock. "It's late. You should be careful." I wanted to ask what she meant, but she was already heading for the door, the bell chiming again as she left. The air felt colder when she was gone. Eli's eyes met mine, and for a moment, the desperation behind them sharpened. "They think I'm crazy," he said quietly. "Who's they?" I asked, my voice barely above a whisper. "Everyone. The town. The cops. Even my own family." The words hung between us, thick and heavy. I swallowed hard, feeling a sudden tightness in my throat. "Have you been in trouble?" I asked, trying to keep things neutral. He shook his head, but his hands trembled. "Not with anyone, not really. But sometimes, I don't know what's real anymore." That was the moment I noticed the stack of newspapers on the counter. The top one was folded open to a story about a missing person. The photo was faded, but the face was unmistakable. It was Eli. I froze, fingers brushing over the paper's coarse surface. The headline screamed at me in bold letters, "Local man vanishes without a trace." "How long have you been missing?" I asked, voice shaky. "Long enough," he said. "Too long." The clock ticked again. 11:45 p.m. The night was closing in, folding around us like a shroud. I wanted to believe him, wanted to trust that he was just a lost soul needing shelter. But something in his eyes told me this wasn't just about being outside or cold or tired. It was something darker. Something that had been chasing him, and now, maybe, it was chasing me too. I moved behind the counter, trying to steady my breathing. The fluorescent light flickered again, casting long shadows across the walls. "Do you want to tell me what happened?" I asked. He hesitated, then nodded slowly. "It started with a phone call. Or maybe a message. I don't remember exactly. But after that, things got twisted." "Twisted how?" I pressed. Eli looked away, jaw clenched. The air between us thickened, charged with a tension I couldn't place. "I started seeing patterns," he said. "In everything. On the roads, in the people I met. Numbers, faces, places. Like the world was trying to tell me something." I blinked, unsure if I heard him right. "Patterns?" He nodded. "It sounds crazy, I know. But it's like the same 6 hours kept repeating. Over and over. No matter what I did, I couldn't break out of it." I stared at him, the hairs on my arms prickling. The gas station felt smaller suddenly, like the walls were closing in. The soft hum of the fridge, the distant hum of the highway, even the flickering light, they all seemed part of that pattern. Have you told anyone else? I asked. No one listens, he whispered. They just think I'm losing it. I reached for the security monitor and flipped through the cameras again, searching for anything unusual. The grainy images showed empty roads, silent pumps, shadows that didn't move. Or did they? A sudden movement caught my eye, a figure standing just beyond the edge of the lot, barely visible in the dark. I squinted, trying to make sense of it. The figure didn't move, didn't blink. Did you see that? I asked Eli, pointing to the screen. He frowned. See what? That. Outside. He shook his head, eyes narrowing. No. But I feel it. A shiver ran down my spine. The night had shifted again. The air was colder, the silence deeper. I glanced at the clock. Midnight was approaching. The same 6 hours. The same endless loop. The stranger in the chair wasn't just a lost man anymore. He was a warning. And I was running out of time. The figure outside didn't move. Not a blink, not a twitch. Just standing there, swallowed by the shadow, watching. The grainy image on the security monitor flickered again, the screen's glow casting an uneasy light across the cramped back office. I rubbed my eyes, trying to shake the creeping chill that wasn't from the cold night air seeping in through the cracked window. Eli, I whispered, my voice hoarse, that figure, it's still there. He didn't look at the screen. His eyes were fixed on the cracked linoleum floor, his fingers tapping an uneven rhythm against the counter. I know, he said. I feel it like a weight in my chest, like something's pressing down on me. I glanced around the room, half expecting the walls to close in. The fluorescent light overhead buzzed, flickering again, then settling into a steady hum. The air smelled stale old coffee, faint gasoline, and something else. Metallic, sharp. Like iron, but not quite. I swallowed hard. What do you mean, you feel it? Like what? I asked, trying to keep my voice steady. Eli's hands stilled. He looked up, eyes dark and unblinking. Like the kind of fear you can't shake. Not the usual kind, something worse. Something that's not just out there. He nodded toward the window. It's in here too. I wanted to argue, to say it was just the stress, the endless loop replaying the same night, the strange desperation in his voice that had me questioning everything. But I didn't. Instead, I leaned forward, elbows on the counter, staring at the monitor. The figure remained. Just standing. But then, something shifted. A movement so slight I almost missed it, a slow tilt of the head, a subtle step forward that seemed impossible considering the stillness before. The camera's grainy lens caught it, but my gut screamed that I had seen something more. I think it's watching us, I said. Eli nodded again, slower this time. That's what I've been trying to tell you. It's not just some person lost out here. It's something else. Something that knows what we're thinking. I blinked. You're saying it's reading our minds? No, he said sharply. Not reading. Predicting. Waiting. The words hung between us, heavy and cold. I swallowed again, the metallic taste stronger now, as if the fear was bleeding into everything. My hands trembled, fingers curling into fists against the counter. Trying to hold on. Trying to believe this was still just a bad dream. I looked at the clock. Midnight. The loop was tightening, squeezing the hours down into a narrow, suffocating moment that repeated without mercy. And the stranger in the chair, the desperate man who'd been pacing, whispering, almost pleading, he wasn't just a warning anymore. He was the key. The lock. The trap. What if we can't break out of it? I asked, voice barely above a whisper. Eli's lip twitched into a grim smile. Then we're stuck. Forever. And whatever that thing is, it wins. A sudden noise made us both jump. The bell over the front door jingled sharply. I spun around, heart pounding. A man stood there, soaked from the rain, though I hadn't heard the storm start. His eyes were wide, wild, flickering between desperation and something darker, something I hadn't seen before. You have to help me, he said, voice breaking. They're coming. They're waiting. You don't understand. I froze. The stranger's presence wasn't just unsettling anymore. It was dangerous. Not because of what he might do, but because of what he meant. The pattern was unraveling, and I was losing control. The gas station suddenly felt smaller, claustrophobic, every shadow a threat. What do you mean? I asked, forcing myself to take a step forward. He shook his head, breathing hard. No time. You have to lock the doors. Lock everything. Don't let them in. My gaze flicked to Eli, who was already moving to the security panel, fingers trembling as he pressed the lock buttons. The light shifted, an emergency red glow pulsed faintly around the edges of the monitors. The hum of the fluorescent bulbs grew louder, more insistent, like a warning. Who's coming? I pressed. The man didn't answer. Instead, his eyes darted to the window, to the dark lot beyond the pumps. They're here. I felt it then, a pressure, like the air was thickening, squeezing the breath from my lungs. The figure outside the lot hadn't moved, but now I saw others, shapes slipping between the shadows, watching, waiting just beyond the glow of the streetlights. Their presence wasn't just ominous, it was palpable, like a cold hand resting on the back of my neck. My skin prickled. I swallowed down the sudden dryness in my throat. We need to call someone. The stranger shook his head so fast it made the wet strands of hair slap against his face. Trust me, I was there. No signal. No one will come. They don't want anyone coming. I glanced at the old payphone mounted near the door, its receiver hanging loose, the cord frayed. The gas station was as isolated as ever, miles from the nearest town, miles from help. The rain had started again, the patter against the roof becoming a drumbeat that filled every corner of the room. Eli glanced at me, eyes wide. We're trapped. Trapped. The word echoed inside my skull, louder and louder, until it drowned out everything else. The stranger's wild eyes, the flickering monitors, the endless loop ticking on the clock. Midnight was here, and with it, the point of no return. I wanted to run, to escape the gas station, the night, the impossible pattern I was caught in. But the doors were locked. The figure outside was watching. And whatever waited beyond the darkness was closing in. The stranger's voice dropped to a whisper. They don't forget. They don't forgive. And they don't stop. I swallowed again, the metallic taste stronger now, and realized the truth I'd been avoiding all along. This wasn't just about a twisted night or a desperate man. It was about losing control. Losing myself. And whatever came next, there was no turning back. The rain hammered harder against the roof, a relentless tattoo that blurred the line between outside and inside. I wanted to argue, to say no, that the doors were probably just jammed or the storm had knocked out the locks, but I didn't. I couldn't. The stranger was out there, watching, the shape just beyond the rain streaked glass, his silhouette a dark smear against the neon pump lights. His eyes had been wild before, but now they were something else. Empty. Hollow. Like he was waiting for something that wasn't coming. And the loop. The clock on the wall, striking midnight again, that same 6 hours repeating over and over, like time was folding in on itself. I caught myself staring at it too long, like if I blinked, the cycle might break. But it never did. I swallowed hard, the metallic taste crawling up my throat, sharp and bitter. It was like the night was seeping into my mouth, thick and choking. They don't forget, Eli said again, his voice cracking. They don't forgive. And they don't stop. I wanted to ask who they were. I wanted to demand answers, but my tongue felt glued to the roof of my mouth. Instead, I just nodded, though I wasn't sure if it was agreement or surrender. The stranger's shadow shifted outside the window. He moved with slow, deliberate steps, pacing beneath the flickering gas station sign. I caught the faint sound of rain slipping through the cracks in the doorframe, a whisper of water on concrete. Then silence. Complete silence. I pressed my palm against the cold glass, tracing the blurry outline of his face. His eyes locked with mine. Not angry. Not pleading. Just waiting. Like a question without an answer. The interior of the store suddenly felt smaller, tighter. The air heavier. My breath came out in short, sharp bursts. A bead of sweat slid down my temple, though the night was cold. The fluorescent light overhead flickered again, casting long, twitching shadows across the linoleum floor. Eli shuffled closer, his fingers brushing against the counter. "We can't stay here," he said, voice low but urgent. "We have to get out." I shook my head, the movement slow and deliberate, like I was trying to dislodge something stuck deep in my mind. "The doors are locked." I checked. "And if he's out there?" "He's not just out there," Eli interrupted, eyes darting to the dark corners of the store. "He's inside too. He's always inside." That made me shiver. Not the cold. Something else. A creeping, crawling sensation that started at the base of my skull and spread down my spine. I glanced toward the back room, the door cracked just enough to let in a sliver of darkness. I could swear I heard a soft scraping noise, like nails dragging across cardboard. "Did you hear that?" I whispered. Eli nodded, swallowing hard. "It's him." The thought made my stomach twist. I wanted to run, but the rain outside had turned the parking lot into a slick mirror. One wrong step and I'd slip, fall, expose myself. The stranger could grab me before I even hit the pavement. I scanned the store. The shelves were half empty, the fluorescent labels peeling and faded. The stale smell of oil and old tobacco lingered, mixing with the acrid tang of cleaning spray. A fly buzzed near the ceiling, its wing beats sharp and frantic. My hands trembled. I gripped the edge of the counter until my knuckles whitened. "Eli," I said, voice shaking, "what does he want?" Eli's eyes flickered toward the register, where the cash drawer sat slightly ajar. "I don't know. But it's not money. Not anymore." That hit me like a punch. For a moment, I thought I might cry. Or scream. Instead, I swallowed again, tasting the metallic bite at the back of my throat. I forced myself to breathe slowly, in and out, counting to 10. The stranger's footsteps echoed against the concrete outside. Slow. Measured. Like he was marking time. The lights flickered again, the hum rising in pitch until it felt like it was scratching at my eardrums. I looked down at the floor. The tiles were cracked, one missing near the corner, exposing the rough concrete beneath. Something dark pulled there, sticky and sharp-smelling. Oil? Blood? I couldn't tell. I wanted to turn away, to close my eyes and pretend none of this was happening, but I couldn't. I wouldn't. "Listen," I said, voice barely above a breath. We have to find a way to break the loop. To stop this. Eli shook his head, defeated. I've tried. Every night, same 6 hours. Same endings. It's like the night won't let us go. I paced. Around the counter, past the empty soda racks, the faded posters peeling from the walls. The air felt thick, like it was pressing down, squeezing the breath from my lungs. My shoes squeaked against the linoleum, the sound too loud. Maybe it's not about escaping, I said slowly. Maybe it's about facing him. What if this is some kind of test? Eli looked at me like I was crazy. A test? From who? What? I didn't have answers. Only more questions gnawing at the edges of my mind. The stranger was more than a man. He was the night itself, dark, endless, unforgiving. The door rattled suddenly, a sharp banging that made me jump. I spun around, heart hammering like a drum in my chest. The glass trembled with the force, rain splashing in like a sudden flood. Please, the stranger's voice broke through the storm, muffled but desperate. Let me in. I hesitated. The cracked door, the slick floor, the endless loop, all of it screamed at me to lock down, to stay hidden. But something in his voice wasn't menace. It was pleading. I looked at Eli. He shrugged, eyes wide and uncertain. I took a step forward, then stopped. Something scraped again, louder this time. From inside, behind the back door. A shudder ran through me, cold and raw. I realized the stranger wasn't just outside. He was already inside. I reached for the small flashlight under the counter. It felt heavy, unfamiliar in my hand. I flicked it onto the beam cutting through the shadows, shaky but steady. The beam landed on the back door, then the dark hallway beyond. The scraping noise stopped. Silence. I moved toward the door, every nerve screaming. The beam wavered as I stepped forward, the cold sweat dripping down my neck. Eli followed, close behind. I gripped the door handle. It was ice cold. I hesitated. The storm outside was a distant roar now, swallowed by the thick walls. And then the door creaked open. The corridor beyond was black, swallowing the dim light that cast long, dancing shadows whole. I could hear my own breath, ragged and loud. Who's there? I called, voice cracking. No answer. A faint scent caught me, something metallic mixed with damp earth. I took a step inside, and the door slammed shut behind me. The flashlight flickered once, twice, and died. Darkness closed in. I was alone. Or maybe not. Something moved just beyond the edge of the light I no longer had. I swallowed against the panic rising like bile. We don't stop, Eli's voice echoed faintly in my memory. And neither does the night. The door slammed behind me, and the sound echoed like a gunshot in the narrow corridor. I stood frozen, flashlight beam flickering, catching the rough plaster walls peeling in the weak light. The air was suddenly thick and stale, smelling faintly of rust and wet concrete, a scent I didn't recognize from the gas station itself. Eli's panting was louder now, closer, but the darkness swallowed everything else. I swallowed hard, the metallic taste of adrenaline bitter on my tongue. Eli? I whispered, voice small, cracking. No answer. Just a shuffle of feet on cold, hard floor. I took a tentative step forward, the beam catching a shadow that stretched and flickered. My hands trembled. I could feel the sweat collecting in my hairline, cold and slow. The always seemed endless darkness folding in on itself like a living thing. I tried to focus on the sound of my own breathing, to keep the panic at bay. It wasn't just fear anymore. It was exhaustion, confusion. A relentless loop played in my head, the same 6 hours repeating over and over, binding me to this night. I told myself it was just a stranger, a desperate, lost man. But the stranger was inside, and so was the madness I felt creeping closer, inescapable. Then came a noise, soft, deliberate. Footsteps. Not Eli's. Something heavier, slower, deliberate. My flashlight flickered again. I raised it, trying to steady the beam, heart hammering in my ears. A figure emerged from the shadows, face hidden under a hood, but eyes bright and wild. Recognition hit me with a shove to the stomach. It was him, the stranger. But different. More unhinged, less human. "What do you want?" My voice came out sharper than I expected. The beam shook, and I cursed myself. He didn't answer right away. Instead, he stepped closer, the faint smell of sweat and gasoline filling my nose. "You don't get it, do you?" His voice was ragged, low. "This place, it doesn't let go. None of us do." I blinked, confused, trying to piece together what he meant. The endless loops, the strange patterns, the repetition of those terrifying hours, it all clicked then, but not in a way I wanted to accept. I tried to move back, but the wall was right behind me. "I'm not going to hurt you," he said, voice softer now, almost pleading. "I just want out." "We all do." I shook my head, the cold pressing into my bones. "Out where?" "What do you mean?" He laughed, a hollow, broken sound. "Out of this loop. Out of this nightmare." The fluorescent light above us flickered erratically, casting the corridor into a strobe of shadow and light. I realized then that the stranger was more than just a man trapped in a crisis. He was a mirror, reflecting the terror and confusion clawing inside me. The same 6 hours. The same endless cycle. "Why me?" I whispered, the question barely audible. He stepped closer, eyes wild. "Because you see it. You know it. You can break it." I wanted to argue, to deny it, but deep down I knew he was right. I'd felt it all along, the invisible chains pulling me back, over and over. The gas station wasn't just a place where I worked. It was a trap. Suddenly, a distant sound, a dog barking, sharp and sudden, cut through the silence. The stranger flinched, then looked at me, eyes searching. "You have to choose. Stay here, or break the pattern." I swallowed the lump in my throat. The air was too thick now, the walls closing in. My hands still trembling, I took a deep breath, trying to steady myself. I couldn't stay. But breaking the pattern, what did that even mean? How do you break a cycle you don't understand? "Help me," he said, voice raw. "Help me get out." I hesitated. Part of me wanted to run, to slam the door and never look back. But something harder, something colder, pushed me forward. "Okay," I said, voice steadying. "Tell me what to do." His eyes flickered with a strange light. "First, you have to stop the clock." The clock. The old, flickering clock behind the counter. It had been ticking all night, a steady reminder of the passing time that never really moved forward. I realized then it was more than a clock, it was the anchor holding us to this loop. I nodded, feeling the weight of the moment settle over me like a heavy blanket. "I'll try." We moved back through the corridor, the stranger's pace more urgent now. When we reached the main room, the fluorescent lights buzzed overhead, the faint hum of the pumps outside a reminder of the world beyond this place. The clock hummed on the wall, its second hand jerking in irregular bursts. I reached out, fingers trembling, and stopped the hand with a careful press. The silence that followed was profound. The hum of the gas station seemed to fade, the air thickening. I looked at the stranger, whose wild eyes softened, relief flooding his features. "It's done," he said quietly. And then, everything shifted. The light steadied, the oppressive weight lifted slightly. The stranger stepped back, a tentative smile breaking through his exhaustion. "It's not perfect, but it's a start." I felt the first real breath of relief in hours. Eli appeared beside me, tail wagging, sensing the change. The stranger looked at me one last time, gratitude clear in his eyes. "Thank you," he whispered, then turned and disappeared out the back door, vanishing into the night. I stood there, alone now, the gas station quiet but no longer suffocating. The clock, still hum on the wall, stopped at an impossible time. I didn't know what would happen next, whether the loops would truly end or if this was just another beginning. But I knew one thing. I was no longer trapped. The dawn edged in slowly, pale and tentative through the grimy windows. The night would never be the same again, not for me, not for that stranger. Whatever this was, whatever this place meant, I had faced the dark and taken a step toward the light. The smell of cold coffee lingered in the air, bitter and real. Eli nudged my hand, grounding me to the moment. I let out a slow breath, feeling the weight in my chest shift, loosen. I wasn't sure if I was sane yet. Maybe I never would be. But I was awake. And that had to be enough. Story 4, Footprints Through Time, Unseen Visitors at Camp. I had always thought I was the kind of person who could handle being alone. The drive there was more tiring than I expected. The road narrowed, the trees grew taller and closer, and the sunlight barely touched the ground. The air smelled different, damp with pine and earth, sharp like a clean breath after a long illness. I pulled off near a clearing that looked promising, the kind of spot where a fire might crackle under a starlit sky. But I didn't light one. I had promised myself I'd keep things simple. Setting up the tent was easier than I thought, though my fingers were clumsy with cold and dirt. The nylon felt rough, the poles cold and unforgiving. I caught a glimpse of myself in the faded green fabric sheen, unshaven, hair a mess, eyes squinting against the fading light. Not exactly the rugged outdoorsman I'd imagined, but it would do. Night came fast and thick. The forest sound sharpened, the rustle of small animals, the distant call of an owl, the whispered skitter of wind through branches. I lay on my sleeping pad, the hard ground pressing against my back. My ears caught every snap of twigs, every uncertain shuffle. I told myself it was all normal. The forest was alive, just like I was. Still, I noticed a few odd things. Like the way the air, cold and heavy with silence, shifted sometimes, a sudden chill that wasn't explained by the dropping temperature alone. Or how the moonlight seemed to catch on something just out of sight, like a pair of eyes or a glint of something metallic. But I told myself to stop imagining. Nothing was out of place. On the second night, that quiet changed. I was stirring, half awake, when I heard a crunching step, deliberate and slow, outside the edge of my tent. Not the usual rustle of forest life, but something heavier, more human. My breath hitched. I wanted to call out, to ask who was there, but my voice felt trapped. Instead, I stayed still, watching the thin fabric of the tent ripple as a shadow moved past. The sound didn't return, but the feeling lingered, a kind of tension that settled in my chest like a weight. By morning, I was anxious to leave. I told myself I was overreacting, that maybe a hiker had passed by and didn't want to disturb me. Still, I packed quickly, eyes darting to the tree line every time a breeze stirred the branches. As I folded the tent, I noticed footprints in the dirt. Not fresh, not old, somewhere in between. They led from the far end of the clearing toward the deeper woods. Oddly, They didn't match the typical hiking boot prints I was wearing, but something older, more worn. The tread was faded, the shape unfamiliar. I crouched, tracing the edge of one print with a gloved finger. The mud was sticky, clinging to the grooves. I caught a faint scent, something like leather and something else, damp moss, maybe, or something more sour. I shook my head. Probably just the forest playing tricks. Later that day, I wandered along a narrow path, hoping to clear my head. The woods were dense, sunlight filtering in shards through the high canopy. The air was thick with the scent of pine needles and decaying leaves. I tasted the dryness of the air on my tongue, the faint bitterness of sap. I heard voices before I saw anyone. Low, murmuring, almost like a conversation held in whispers. I stopped, heart thumping too loud in my ears. The voices didn't seem to come from the usual campers or hikers. They were too soft, too deliberate. Curiosity edged out caution. I moved toward the sound, careful not to snap twigs underfoot. Then I saw them, two figures standing near a fallen log, half hidden in the shadows. Their clothes were strange, faded, old-fashioned in a way that didn't quite fit the modern forest. One wore a woolen cardigan, the other a shirt with suspenders. Both looked oddly clean despite the surroundings, their faces pale, eyes fixed on me with something I couldn't place. "Hello?" I said, voice uncertain. "Are you okay?" They didn't answer immediately. The taller one stepped forward, face lined but soft in the dim light. "We've been waiting," he said simply, as if that explained everything. "For what?" I asked, stepping back. The unease I'd felt all weekend settled into a knot. "For someone like you," the other replied, voice quiet but firm. I blinked, trying to make sense of it. "I don't understand." "You'll understand soon enough," the first man said. "We've been lost here for a long time." Their words felt like stones sinking deep inside me. Lost? Decades? It didn't make sense. I glanced at their clothes again. There was something almost archival about them, like they'd been plucked from a different era, misplaced in time. I wanted to laugh it off, to tell myself it was some kind of elaborate prank. But their eyes held a steady, patient wait. Not desperation, exactly, but something quieter. Something that felt like waiting. I stepped back, suddenly aware of how alone I truly was. The forest closed in around us, the shadows thickening. The voice of the wind through the trees sounded colder now, sharper. "We don't leave," the taller man said after a pause. "Not until someone else takes our place." "Take your place?" I echoed, voice barely a whisper. "Yes," the other said, gaze steady. "It's how it's always been." I swallowed hard, tasting the dry grit of fear on my tongue. The forest, once a refuge, now felt like a trap. And I wasn't sure if I wanted to run or if I even could. The forest had grown colder, or maybe it was just me. I took a cautious step back, eyes darting between the two men. Their clothes, threadbare, out of place, hung loosely on their frames. The fabric looked like something my grandfather might have worn, faded and patched in ways no modern jacket would ever be. The taller one's coat had a frayed collar, stained and stiff, and the other's shirt was yellowed, the buttons mismatched and uneven. It wasn't just the clothes. Their accents were strange, too, like echoes from a time I hadn't lived through. I wanted to laugh. I really did. Maybe this was some kind of elaborate joke, or a prank gone too far. But their eyes held a quiet, patient wait. Not desperation, exactly, but something that felt like waiting. Waiting for what? I didn't know. The wind whispered through the trees, sharper now, colder. Shadows tangled between gnarled branches and thick underbrush. The forest had shifted from a refuge into a cage, and I wasn't sure if I could find the door. I swallowed hard. Take your place? What does that even mean? The shorter man's eyes didn't flicker. It's how it's always been. I wanted to press for more, but my voice caught in my throat. Instead, I shifted my weight, biting the inside of my cheek to stop it from trembling. The forest around us seemed to lean in closer, listening. Why me? I asked finally, voice lower than I expected. They exchanged a glance. The taller man's lips twitched, but he said nothing. The other one looked away, gazing toward the dark outline of the trees where the moonlight barely reached. I glanced down at my pack, feeling suddenly exposed. It held my water bottle, a few granola bars, a map, and a flashlight. Not much, but enough to remind me this was supposed to be a simple trip. A weekend alone, a break from everything. A chance to think. Now, none of that felt possible. I turned and hurried a few steps away, the dry leaves crunching underfoot, the sharp scent of pine needles and damp earth filling my nostrils. I stopped at the edge of a small clearing and crouched, pulling out my map. The paper was soft, almost damp from the night air. I traced the lines with my finger, the ink slightly faded. Something didn't add up. The landmarks they'd mentioned, the old cabin, the rusted signpost, the creek, it was all there, but the dates and names they used didn't match anything I knew. Hey, I called softly, not looking up. You said you've been lost for decades. How do you even know you're lost? The tall man stepped into the clearing, his boots barely making a sound on the mossy ground. Because we've been walking the same paths, seeing the same trees, waiting for change that never comes. Their eyes, those steady, unblinking eyes, held a sadness I couldn't place. It wasn't the kind of sadness from losing a loved one or missing home. It was deeper, colder, like the weight of years folded into silence. I folded the map awkwardly and stood, the wood beneath my feet creaking softly. What happens if no one comes? No one replaces you? The shorter man shrugged, an almost casual gesture, but his eyes didn't smile. Then we stay. Forever. A shiver ran down my spine. I wanted to tell myself this was impossible, that there was some explanation, a hidden cabin with other people, a lost research team, something rational. But the forest around us felt too still, like it held its breath. I glanced back toward my camp, a small tent barely visible through the trees, its nylon fabric faintly glowing under the moonlight. The promise of warmth and safety felt miles away. Can I see where you've been? I asked, voice quieter now. I needed to understand. Needed to believe this was more than just a strange story. They exchanged a look, then the taller man nodded. Follow us. We moved through the forest, the night thickening around us like a curtain. My feet sank slightly into the damp earth, the smell of moss and decaying leaves sharp in my nose. My heart thudded unevenly, partly from the cold, mostly from the questions racing through my mind. They led me to a narrow path, barely visible beneath years of overgrowth. The trail wound between ancient oaks and twisted vines, their bark rough and scarred with time. I noticed something odd, occasional marks carved into the trees, shallow and weathered. They looked like initials, dates, symbols I couldn't place, but they felt deliberate. Those marks? I asked, pointing. The shorter man glanced at them, lips tight. Names. Years. People who came before. I frowned. People? The taller one's voice was low. They waited. Just like us. Until someone else came along. My hands trembled slightly, fingers curling into fists at my sides. I tried to steady my breath, but the cold night air tasted metallic, like the inside of an old tin can. The forest seemed to press closer, shadows lengthening in ways that didn't make sense. We reached a clearing, much larger than the one near my camp. The ground was uneven, marked with depressions and patches of dead grass. In the center stood a large stone, half buried and covered in moss. Around it, small trinkets lay scattered: an old pocket watch, a cracked photograph, a rusted compass. The shorter man knelt, picking up the photo. It showed a group of people, smiling, dressed in clothing that looked decades old. They waited here. All of them. I swallowed. The photograph felt like a puzzle piece I didn't want to fit together. Why keep these? Why not leave? Because leaving means starting over, said the taller man. And there's nowhere to go. No one waits outside. A sudden gust swept through the clearing, carrying the sharp scent of wet leaves and something faintly metallic. The sound of distant water, maybe a stream, whispered at the edge of my hearing. I glanced back toward where we come from. The forest darkened, the trees standing like silent sentinels. Is there a way out? I asked, voice barely audible. They looked at each other, then back at me. Only the way in, the shorter man said. And that way keeps closing. A cold knot tightened in my stomach. The idea of being trapped, of endless waiting, wasn't just terrifying, it was suffocating. I took a shaky breath, chewing the inside of my cheek to stop it from trembling. My mind raced, trying to think, to plan, but the forest seemed to swallow every thought whole. We need to figure this out, I said finally, voice firmer than I felt. I'm not staying here. The taller man's eyes didn't waver. You'll try. They always do. I wanted to ask who they were, what this all meant, but the words stuck in my throat. Behind me, the two men remained silent, watching. Waiting. And I knew that whatever this place was, it wasn't done with me yet. The forest pressed in close around us, the darkness folding like a living blanket. The air had shifted, no longer just damp earth and pine needles, but something tighter, thicker, as if the trees themselves were holding their breath. The short man's words echoed in my mind, only the way in. And that way keeps closing. I glanced again toward the direction we'd come, but the path was swallowed by shadows and tangled branches. I wanted to will it open, to push through, but it was like trying to hold water in my hands. The taller man, the one who said, "You'll try. They always do," didn't move. His eyes held that strange, empty calm. It unsettled me more than any threat I'd imagined out here. Who are they? I finally whispered, my voice cracking, the question hanging between us like a fragile thread. The shorter man smirked, a dry, bitter curl of his lips. You're not ready for that yet. Not ready? What could be worse than this? I felt the coldness in my chest deepen, spreading to my fingers and toes. My breath came out in shallow bursts. The faint metallic scent grew stronger, mingling with the wet leaves, and I realized it wasn't just a smell, it was coppery, like old blood or rusted iron. I swallowed hard, trying to steady the sudden tremble in my hands. Look, I don't know what game you're playing, but I didn't come out here to vanish into some endless waiting room. I'm leaving. The taller man's gaze didn't waver. You can't leave. Why not? I asked, voice rising, the desperation creeping in. There's got to be a way out. There has to be. He shook his head slowly, almost pitying. The forest isn't just trees and dirt. It's a trap. Not one you can see, but one you fall into. We were caught like you. And now, we're stuck. Stuck how? I pressed. The shorter man stepped forward, the light catching the faded fabric of his shirt, yellowed and threadbare. We've been here a long time. Decades, maybe. I blinked. Decades? That's impossible. People don't just disappear for decades. Maybe you don't know the stories, the taller man said quietly, but people have been vanishing from these woods for generations. We're what's left behind. I swallowed, the metallic taste sharp in my mouth. Wait, you said you're lost travelers from decades past? That means you're dead? Neither man flinched, but their eyes darkened. The shorter one shook his head. No one's dead here. Not in the way you think. We're caught between. Not alive, not gone. My mind raced. I wanted to laugh, to shake off the chill crawling up my spine, but the raw panic in my chest held me still. Caught between what? What is this place? The taller man looked away briefly, then back, his voice low. It's a cycle. Every few years, someone new comes. They get lost, trapped. Doesn't matter if it's day or night, or how far they walk. The forest doesn't let go. Why? I asked, voice barely audible. The shorter man's expression twisted. Because it needs someone to replace us. Replace you? My stomach lurched. What do you mean? The taller man sighed, the sound like wind through dead branches. Each of us was once a traveler, like you. Lost, scared, desperate. We waited, hoping for rescue. But rescue never came. Instead, we waited for someone else to come along. Someone to take our place, so we could finally leave. It was impossible to wrap my head around. You mean, you're waiting for me to get stuck here? Not just you, the shorter man said. Anyone. But the forest chooses who stays. It's patient. It doesn't rush. I looked around. The trees seemed to lean in closer. Their branches scratched at the sky like skeletal fingers. The distant sound of water had stopped. Silence. Complete silence. I swallowed hard. Why would anyone want to stay? The taller man's eyes were steady, almost resigned. No one does. But the forest doesn't care what you want. I took a step back. My foot hit something soft and damp. I looked down. A patch of moss, bright green in the gloom, but beneath it, the ground was uneven, disturbed. Small depressions, like footprints. Old footprints. How long have you been out here? I asked, voice shaking. Long enough to forget what the sun looks like, the shorter man said. Then, almost to himself, long enough to realize we're not going anywhere. I clenched my fists, the rough bark of a tree digging into my palm. There has to be a way out. There isn't, the taller man repeated. Every exit closes. Every path turns back. Every time someone tries to escape, they end up right here again. My mind reeled, the weight of his words crushing. I swallowed, dry and bitter, tasting the forest's damp decay in my mouth. The shorter man moved closer, voice lower. You're not like us yet. You still have hope. But that hope will fade. It always does. I wanted to argue, to fight against the sinking dread, but my legs felt rooted to the spot. The shadows between the trees flickered with something unspoken, something waiting. Then the taller man gestured toward the stream I heard earlier. We can show you where the others waited. The ones who came before. Maybe seeing it will help you understand. I hesitated. Part of me screamed to run the other way, to find any crack in the forest's suffocating grip. But curiosity, fear, maybe pulled me forward. We walked in silence, the soft crunch of leaves underfoot the only sound. The stream appeared, a narrow ribbon of water, dark and cold. Along its bank were objects half buried in moss and dirt, old cans, a cracked watch, yellowed photographs curling at the edges. I bent down, picking up one photo. A man in a faded suit, smiling awkwardly at the camera. His eyes were hollow. The back was scrawled with a date, 1963. How many of them? I asked, voice barely a whisper. Too many, the shorter man said, voice thick with something I couldn't place. Regret, maybe. Suddenly, a rustle in the underbrush snapped me from my thoughts. I spun around, heart pounding. Nothing there. Just shadows shifting in the moonlight. Did you hear that? I asked, breath hitching. The taller man nodded slowly. They're still out there. Watching. Waiting. A cold realization settled in. This wasn't just a trap. It was a cage with invisible bars, and someone was guarding the gates. I looked at the two men, their outdated clothes hanging loose, faces pale in the moonlight. They weren't just lost travelers. They were prisoners. And now, somehow, I was part of their story. The taller man's voice cut through the silence. Once you step inside, there's no turning back. I wanted to scream. Shadows whispered secrets that no one alive dared to hear. And I realized with a sick twist in my gut, I had already crossed the point of no return. I wanted to scream. The words hung in my throat like a stone, choking me in the moonlight, where the shadows seemed to press closer, waiting. The two men stood just a few feet away, their faces pale and drawn, like they'd seen something no one should ever have to. The night air was thick with cold and something else, something sharp and prickly, like the sting of dread settling deep under my skin. Once you step inside, there's no turning back, the taller man said again, voice low and steady, like a warning carved into stone. I glanced back toward the dark forest behind me. The trees swayed gently, but their branches scratched against each other like fingernails on a chalkboard. The rustling noise from just moments ago echoed faintly, as if the woods themselves were alive, watching, waiting. I swallowed hard, tasting the dryness of fear in my mouth. Inside where? I asked, voice barely more than a whisper. What do you mean? What exactly am I stepping into? The shorter man's eyes flickered toward the underbrush. The cycle, he said. It's not just a story. It's a trap. An endless loop. We're stuck, and now you're here. You'll see. I wanted to step back, run even, but my legs felt like they'd turned to lead. The ground beneath my boots was damp and soft, the smell of wet earth and decaying leaves filling my nostrils. The moonlight caught on the rough bark of a nearby tree, and I noticed something I hadn't before, a series of faint scratches, almost like tally marks, etched deep into the wood. Hundreds of them, maybe more. Why didn't you leave? I asked, my voice sharper this time. Why stay? Why wait for someone else? The taller man looked away, jaw clenched. Because we can't. Not really. We've tried. Every time someone new comes, it starts again. We hold on, hoping he stopped. Hoping it won't be us forever. I shook my head, the cold pressing in around me. It was like the forest was closing in, swallowing the space between us until there was nowhere left to go. This makes no sense. You're saying people vanish here, the shorter man interrupted, his voice trembling now. Not just now. Decades. We're the ones left behind. They never find their way out, and neither will you. A sudden noise made me jump, something sharp, crackling in the distance. A branch snapping underfoot, maybe. Or something else. My ears strained. The men's eyes darted toward the same direction. The shadows shifted again, and I thought I saw a figure, just a flicker, a movement too quick to be sure. "Who's out there?" I demanded, heart pounding like a drum in my chest. "No one you want to meet," the taller man said, voice steady but tight. "They watch. They wait. Like us. But they don't want to talk." I felt a chill crawl down my spine. My hands trembled, fingers curling into fists. The forest around us seemed suddenly hostile, the trees towering and dark, their limbs like grasping fingers. The ground felt uneven beneath me, roots twisting and breaking the surface, threatening to trip me up. "Why me?" I asked, voice cracking. "Why now?" The shorter man's eyes bored into mine. "Because you came looking. You poked around where you shouldn't. You found the photos. The signs. You're the next." He swallowed hard, like the words tasted bitter. "We've been waiting for someone to take our place. Someone to end it all." The phrase settled over me, thick and suffocating. End it all. The thought wasn't just about escape, it was about sacrifice. About passing some invisible torch, handing over a burden I didn't want. I took a step back. The ground shifted beneath me, a loose rock skittering away with a sharp clatter. My breath hitched. "I'm not staying. I'm leaving." "You can try," the taller man said quietly. "But you won't get far. The forest doesn't let you." I swallowed a dry sob. The air felt heavier now, as if every breath I took was a fight. The moon sank lower behind a bank of clouds, dimming the world until it was almost pitch black. The men's faces blurred in the gloom, their eyes gleaming faintly. "I don't understand," I said, voice shaking. "How do you know this? How do you know so much?" The shorter man pulled something from his pocket, a small, cracked watch, its face frozen at 7:45. "Time stopped for us," he said. "For every one of us. We don't age. We don't move on. We just wait, day after day, year after year." I stared at the watch, its glass scratched and foggy. It looked like something my grandfather might have carried, not something from this century. A sudden wave of nausea swept over me. I blinked, trying to shake it. "Is this some kind of joke?" I asked, though I already knew the answer. The way they looked at me, burdened and empty, told me otherwise. "No joke," the taller man said. "We're desperate. We want out. But there's only one way, and it's not easy." I clenched my fists, knuckles white in the dim light. The silence stretched, broken only by the distant hoot of an owl and the rustling leaves. The forest seemed to lean closer, the dark pressing in like a living thing. "What do you want from me?" I asked, the edge in my voice sharper now. "What's the cycle? What am I supposed to do?" The shorter man stepped forward, his breath fogging in the cold air. "You replace one of us. You take the place of someone who came before. You become the watcher. The lost traveler. The one who waits." The words hit me like a punch to the gut. I staggered back, catching myself on a rough tree trunk. My heart thudded wildly. "That's impossible. I'm not." "But you are," the taller man said, voice calm but resolute. "You're here now. You've seen what's real. There's no way out without giving something up." I looked into their eyes, searching for any hint of mercy or doubt, but found only resignation. Somewhere deep inside, a cold knot tightened. I swallowed hard. "Why me?" I repeated, even though the answer felt clear. "Because you're the only one who came close to breaking the cycle," the shorter man said softly. "Because you have a choice now. And if you don't take it, well, then the forest will take it for you." The words echoed in the hollow space between us, heavy and final. The night seemed to close in tighter, the trees casting monstrous shapes in the moonlight. I could almost hear the forest breathing, waiting for my answer. My mind raced. Run? Hide? Fight? None of it felt like an option. I was trapped in a web spun decades ago, and every step forward felt like sinking deeper. Then another sound, closer this time. A low, rhythmic tapping, like footsteps on dry leaves, circling us. The morning air was sharp with frost, and the mist clung to the pines like a thin veil. I woke to the sound of distant birdsong, but beneath that, something else, a faint rustling, barely audible but persistent. My hands trembled slightly as I unzipped the tent, the nylon crackling too loudly in the quiet. The strangers were nowhere to be seen. A relief at first, but it was short-lived. Their absence felt like a hollow in the forest, a void that gnawed at the edges of my senses. I stepped outside, the cold ground firm beneath my boots, and scanned the tree line. The sun was just cresting the horizon, washing everything in a pale orange that didn't quite warm the chill in my bones. The forest looked ordinary, unchanging. Yet I knew better now. They hadn't left. They couldn't. I remembered their stories, the way they spoke, like echoes trapped in time. The man's threadbare jacket, the woman's faded dress, the children's outdated boots scuffed from use decades before my own birth. Their knowledge of places that had since been renamed or erased, the strange way their eyes avoided mine when I asked where exactly they'd come from. They were waiting for someone to take their place. I packed my meager belongings with mechanical motions. Sleep had deserted me hours ago, replaced by a gnawing certainty that the forest itself was a trap. Not of branches or roots, but of time and memory, an endless loop I was being pulled into. I told myself I could still escape, that the path ahead was real, not a dream spun by my own desperation. When I left the campsite, the air smelled heavier, damp and earthy, but tinged with something else, something metallic and faintly sour. I tried to shake it off, but the scent clung stubbornly, like a warning I couldn't quite decipher. The trees around me seemed to lean inward, their shadows stretching long and crooked, twisting the familiar into something uncanny. I walked without direction, hoping to confuse the feeling growing inside me, but every step only deepened it. I saw the faintest shapes between trunks, figures standing still, expressions blank, waiting. Their clothes hung awkwardly, as if sewn from a different era, and their faces were pale under the dappled light. I blinked, and they vanished. I stopped near a rusted sign half swallowed by moss. It was a trail marker, but the name was scratched out, impossible to read. Frustration welled up. My mind raced, trying to remember the maps I'd studied, the routes I'd planned. None of this fit. None of it made sense. Suddenly, I heard a voice behind me. Quiet, deliberate, and unmistakably human. You don't have to be afraid. I spun around. The woman from the night before stood there, her eyes softer now, but still distant, like someone reciting lines they'd learned long ago. "We're not trying to hurt you," she said. "We just want to help." Help. The word tasted bitter in my mouth. Help me do what? I asked, voice low and rough. To understand. She stepped closer, the faint scent of lavender and dust surrounding her. We've been here a long time, waiting for someone who can see. I swallowed hard, feeling the weight of her gaze. Why me? The man joined her, his jacket worn and stained. Because you're the first who didn't run. The first who asked questions. Their words felt like a trap tightening around my chest. I wanted to scream, to run, but my legs were rooted in the soft leaf litter. What do you want from me? Nothing, the woman said softly. Not in the way you think. We want you to take our place. The ground seemed to shift beneath me. Take your place? What does that mean? The man's eyes darkened. It means waiting. Waiting for someone else. Like we've waited. Like those before us. I shook my head, the cold sweat prickling at my temples. That's impossible. I'm not. I can't. But you will. The woman's voice was almost a whisper. This forest doesn't let go. It never has. A sudden gust stirred the branches, and I shivered, not from cold but from the crushing weight of inevitability. The endless cycle. The strangers, lost travelers from decades past, were not ghosts but prisoners, bound by a shared fate. I backed away, heart hammering, eyes darting for an escape route that felt more like a mirage. The forest closed in, dense and unyielding. I stumbled over roots, the ground slick with dampness, the taste of dirt sharp in my mouth. Then, silence. Complete silence. I stopped, breath ragged, listening. The figures had vanished again. Was I alone? Or had I just become part of the waiting? Panic clawed at me, but beneath it, a strange calm settled. Maybe it was acceptance. Maybe it was exhaustion. I was caught between the urge to fight and the crushing despair of surrender. I kept walking, slower now, dragging my feet through the underbrush. The sky above darkened as clouds rolled in, blotting out the sun. The forest whispered around me, not with voices but with the rustling of leaves and the distant call of a lone crow. Hours passed. Time blurred. I found myself back at the campsite, the tent sagging under the weight of dew. My pack lay where I'd left it, dirted and damp. I sank to the ground, the cold sinking into my bones. I thought of my life before this trip, the city's noise, the clutter of expectations, the relentless pace I tried to outrun. Here, in this forest, time fractured and folded, revealing a truth I hadn't been ready to see. The strangers weren't monsters. They were victims. Like me. Like anyone who wandered too far, too deep, seeking solitude or meaning or escape. And now, I understood. The cycle was not a curse but a prison built from human fear and loneliness, from the desperate need for connection, even if that connection was a chain. I closed my eyes, the cold earth pressing against my cheek. I thought about the choices I'd made, the moments I'd ignored, the silent pleas I'd overlooked. Maybe this was my place. Not because I wanted it, but because it was the only way to break free. When I opened my eyes, the forest seemed less threatening. The shadows less dense. A faint light flickered in the distance, like a candle struggling against the dark. I stood, feeling the rough bark of a tree under my fingertips, the chill air filling my lungs with a sharp clarity. I would wait. Not because I was trapped, but because I had finally found something to hold on to. And maybe, just maybe, someone else would come. Someone who didn't run. Someone who asked questions. And the cycle would end. Or begin anew. I didn't know which. But I was here. And for now, that was enough. Story 5, Roadside Passenger, a deadly forewarning. I never thought a Tuesday afternoon would turn into something I'd replay in my head like a bad song, but there it was, stuck, looping, impossible to shake. I'd been driving for hours, the road stretching out like some endless ribbon of asphalt, flanked by fields turning brittle under the sun. The sky was a pale blue, almost washed out, and the occasional cloud drifted by without urgency. Somewhere behind me, a dog barked, sharp and distant. I glanced in the rearview mirror, catching the flicker of something, a shadow, maybe a person on the side of the road. It happened so fast I couldn't be sure. I was halfway between the last exit and my destination, a small town I barely knew but where a job interview awaited me first thing the next day. My mind wandered to that, what I'd say, how to not sound like I just stumbled out of a hole and wanted the job because there was nowhere else to go. The summer heat had that effect. Its slow thoughts made the world feel both too big and too empty at once. Then I saw him. Standing by the shoulder, thumb out, a man maybe in his late 30s, wearing a thin black jacket despite the heat. His hair was dark, neatly combed, almost out of place on the dusty roadside. He didn't look desperate or frantic, more like someone who'd been waiting calmly for a while. I slowed down, the tires humming over the rough pavement. Something about him felt off, but I told myself I could spare a few minutes. I was tired, sure, but not stupid. "You headed north?" he asked as I pulled over, voice low and steady. "Yeah," I said, unlocking the door. "Where to?" "Just past the next town," he said, sliding in without waiting. "Name's Mark." I nodded, hands tightening on the wheel. "I'm Lisa." We drove in silence for a bit, the engine's steady purr filling the spaces between us. Outside, the trees leaned over the road like tired old men, their branches scratching the air. The sun sank lower, casting long shadows across the cracked asphalt. I kept stealing glances at Mark, noticing the way his eyes didn't quite settle anywhere. He stared straight ahead, expression unreadable. It was when we hit the first curve that he spoke again. "Watch out for the red pickup," he said calmly. "It'll swerve into your lane just after the next bend." I blinked. "What?" "The red pickup. Dodge Ram. Driver's a guy with a beard, probably distracted. He's going to cut you off." I glanced in the side mirror. "There's nothing behind me." He shrugged. "It'll come up quick." I frowned, muscle twitching. "How do you know that?" Mark smiled, a faint, almost sad curl of his lips. "I've been watching this road for a while." That sounded strange but not altogether threatening, so I let it go. Maybe he'd been a trucker or a mechanic or someone who just knew the traffic patterns well. I focused back on the road, waiting for this red pickup that might never appear. Minutes passed. The curve came, the road narrowing between dense brush. I was halfway through when sudden movement in the mirror caught my eye, a flash of red, just as Mark predicted. The pickup surged alongside, then jerked sharply into my lane, tires skidding briefly on the gravel shoulder. I slammed on the brakes, heart thudding, breath catching in my throat. The truck sped past, leaving a cloud of dust. I gripped the wheel so hard my knuckles went white. Mark just watched, eyes calm, like he'd seen this before. "See," he said quietly. "Told you." "I don't know how you," I started, then stopped. The words tasted wrong on my tongue. "Don't worry about it," he said, voice flat. "This road's full of surprises." That was when the air shifted. The silence inside the car thickened, like the space between us had suddenly stretched and tensed. Outside, the hum of insects rose, mingling with the faint rustle of leaves. I could smell the faint scent of oil and something else, metallic, almost bitter. "So," I said, forcing a laugh. "What else should I watch for?" Mark's eyes flicked to me, sharp now. "There's a patch of slick gravel near mile marker 47. It'll catch you if you're not careful. And just past that, a black sedan with a cracked windshield will be parked suspiciously on the right. The driver won't be alone." I swallowed hard. Why would there be a car like that? Just parked. He shrugged again, like it was the most normal thing in the world. People wait for things. Wait for what? I didn't ask. Instead, I found myself scanning the roadside, heart picking up its pace. The sun had dipped lower now, the shadows stretching longer and darker. Somewhere ahead, a crow cawed, sharp and sudden. When we hit mile marker 47, I eased the wheel over the gravel patch, tires crunching softly on the loose stones. I glanced at Mark. He was watching the road, expression unreadable. "And the black sedan?" I asked. "Just up here," he said. I squinted. At the edge of a small clearing, half hidden behind a thicket, a sleek black car sat still. The cracked windshield caught the last light and fractured it like a spider web. Through the glass, I could see two figures, sitting motionless. I swallowed again. "That's creepy." Mark nodded, lips tight. Most people would turn around. I wanted to. I wanted to slam on the brakes and put as much distance as possible between me and that car, and Mark, and this stretch of road that suddenly felt like a trap. But I kept driving, slow and steady, eyes darting between the road and the shadowed figures. "Who are they?" I asked, voice barely above a whisper. Mark's gaze slid to me, steady and cold. "People who know things. People who don't want you to know." The words hung between us, heavy and unresolved. I wanted to laugh it off, to tell myself I'd imagined it all. But the air felt charged, and the warmth in the car was now damp with something else, unease, maybe, or warning. I looked at Mark again. His calm had frayed at the edges, just a little, like a thread starting to pull loose. "Are you involved in this?" I asked, heart hammering hard enough to drown out the engine. He didn't answer right away. Instead, he reached into his jacket pocket and pulled out a folded piece of paper. The edges were crisp, the ink slightly smudged. "Just read it," he said softly. I hesitated, fingers trembling as I unfolded the note. The handwriting was neat, precise, nothing like the hurried scrawl I expected. It said, "At mile 52, you'll see an overturned trailer. The driver, a man named Hall, will be injured but conscious. Don't stop. Keep going. There's more behind this than an accident." My breath hitched. How could he know that? I'd never been this far before. I didn't know anyone named Hall. And yet the words burned with an urgent truth, like a warning carved into the road itself. I looked up. Mark's eyes were on me, steady. No fear. No regret. "Why?" I whispered. He smiled again. "Because I've seen what happens when you don't listen." The road ahead was empty, but the silence inside the car was louder than any engine. And I wasn't sure if I wanted to keep driving or get out and run. The note burned in my palm longer than it should have. I stared out the windshield, searching the dark horizon for something, anything that might make sense of Mark's cryptic warning. The road stretched ahead, silent except for the dull hum of the engine and the faint whistle of wine through the cracked window. "Don't stop," he said again, voice low, like repeating a prayer against something unseen. But what? And why? The name Hall rolled around in my head like a stone in a shoe. I didn't know any Hall, not on this stretch of highway or anywhere else, yet the certainty in that note unsettled me more than I wanted to admit. The miles ticked by under the dull glow of the dashboard, the night thickening around the car like a shroud. I tried to focus on the road, on the rhythm of the tires against asphalt, but my fingers still trembled, clutching the paper as though it might tear apart. Mark sat beside me, watching me with unreadable eyes that flickered with something like regret or calculation. I couldn't tell which. At mile 52, the overturned trailer appeared exactly as Mark had said, twisted metal glinting under the orange wash of a lone street lamp, a faint smell of diesel and burnt rubber hanging in the air, cold and heavy with silence. I slowed instinctively, muscles taut, but my foot didn't press the brake any further. Hall, the driver, was slumped against the shattered door, face pale and smeared with dirt. His eyes fluttered open briefly, a slow blink, and then he looked away. I swallowed hard, my throat dry. The instinct to help warred with the warning that had drilled itself into my mind. Mark's hands rested calmly in his lap, fingers tapping in a silent count. "Don't stop," he repeated once more. My gaze flicked back to him, pleading for an explanation that didn't come. "Why not?" My voice cracked. "He's hurt." Mark's eyes sharpened, the calm slipping further. "Because it's not just an accident. There are people watching. If you stop, you become part of the problem." The words sank in, cold and unwelcome. I glanced around, the empty road suddenly feeling claustrophobic, the shadows longer and more menacing. A distant dog barked, sharp and sudden, breaking the silence like a gunshot. I wanted to turn back, to drive away and forget this whole mess, but something rooted me in place. The next morning, I woke up still clutching the note, the edges curling against my palm. The sunlight filtered weakly through the thin curtains of my small motel room, casting slats of light that danced across the peeling wallpaper. My head throbbed, a dull ache that pulsed in time with the memories of last night's drive. Mark was gone, left without a word, like a ghost slipping through the cracks of reality. I sat up, the rough sheets scratching my arms, and reached for my phone. No messages. No calls. Just the faint buzz of the motel's ancient air conditioner struggling against the heat. I ran a hand through my hair, the cool morning air sharp against my skin, and forced myself to think clearly. If Mark knew about Hall and the accident before it happened, then who else did? And more importantly, why? The questions tangled in my mind, refusing to unravel. I decided to start with the note. There were names scrawled faintly in the margins, dates, times, places, details that felt like pieces of a puzzle I hadn't even seen yet. I spent the morning driving back to mile 52, the road more familiar now but no less eerie. The overturned trailer had been cleared away, replaced by fresh asphalt and the faint scent of tar. No sign of Hall or any accident victims. Just a quiet stretch of road that seemed to breathe beneath the heat. At a small diner nearby, I asked the waitress about the accident. She wiped her hands on a faded apron, eyes narrowing slightly. "Yeah, a man named Hall. Trailer jackknifed last night, caused quite a mess. He was lucky to get out with just a few bruises. Police said it wasn't just bad luck, something about the brakes failing, but no one could explain how." Her voice was casual, but something in the way she glanced over her shoulder made me uneasy. I scribbled down what she said, the pieces clicking into place. Mark's predictions weren't just guesses. They were warnings born from knowledge no one else had. Back in my car, I pulled out the note again. The handwriting was neat, almost clinical, but the content was anything but. There were more names, more incidents listed. Some were recent, others dated back months. Each one described accidents or disasters with a precision that sent chills down my spine. One entry caught my eye: mile 78, 3:15 p.m., red sedan collision. Driver, Al Simmons. Cause, brake line sabotage. Brake line sabotage. The words echoed in my mind. Sabotage. Someone was deliberately causing these accidents. And Mark knew exactly when and where they'd happen. I tried calling the number scribbled at the bottom of the note. It rang once, twice, then went to voicemail. I left a message, my voice unsteady but firm. "This is... I need to talk about the accidents. About the sabotage. Please call me back." The silence that followed was deafening. That night, I sat in my car outside a rundown motel, waiting. The road stretched dark and empty, the distant glow of neon signs flickering in the haze. My hands gripped the steering wheel, knuckles white, heart hammering against my ribs like a frantic drum. Mark's words haunted me: there are people watching. Who were they? And how deep did this go? A shadow moved in the rearview mirror. I turned sharply, heart leaping to my throat. A figure stood by the edge of the parking lot, still and silent. The street lamp flickered overhead, casting the silhouette in harsh relief. I couldn't make out a face, just the outline of someone waiting, watching. I locked the doors and rolled up the windows, breath fogging the glass. The figure didn't move. I tried the radio, but all I got was static and the faint hum of the air conditioner. Then my phone buzzed. A text. No number, just a message. Stop digging. Some things are better left buried. The blood drained from my face. My hands trembled as I stared at the screen, the words sinking like stones in my stomach. Mark wasn't just warning me about accidents anymore. He was warning me about the people behind them. People who didn't want anyone to know. I started the engine, the car shuddering to life. The air felt unusually heavy that day, as if the world itself was holding its breath before the darkness settled in. Something was coming, and I was right in its path. The engine's rumble was uneven, almost reluctant, as if the car itself wanted to protest the decision I'd just made. I glanced again in the rearview mirror. The shadow hadn't moved, not a twitch, not a blink. The flickering street lamp overhead cast a pulse of sickly yellow light, then darkness. When the light returned, the figure was still there, watching, and I swear the angle of their head shifted, just a little, as if acknowledging me. I swallowed hard, the taste of stale coffee and exhaustion thick on my tongue. My hands gripped the steering wheel so tightly my knuckles turned white. The text from that unknown number burned in my mind. Stop digging. Some things are better left buried. Buried. Like the truth was some kind of corpse, wrapped in plastic and shoved into a shallow grave. But Mark's warning wasn't just paranoia. I knew that now. There were people watching. People who didn't want me to find out what they were doing. And what Mark had said earlier, they know you're onto them, that wasn't a guess. It was a fact. A promise. I forced the car into gear and eased out of the parking lot. The tires crunched over gravel and bits of broken glass. The shadow stayed behind, unmoving, like a stain on the night. The road ahead was dark, a ribbon of asphalt sliced through trees that pressed close on either side. The faint smell of damp earth and pine filled the car, mingling with the stale scent of sweat and fear. I wanted to turn back. I wanted to forget the whole thing. But the knot of curiosity or stubbornness held me fast. Mark's words echoed again. There are people watching. And they're not just watching accidents. They're making them happen. At first, I thought it was just a sick joke. A hitchhiker with an uncanny knack for predicting traffic mishaps. But the details had grown too specific to be coincidence. The overturned truck on the next curve, the spilled gasoline, the license plate numbers, the time of day. Details no one could possibly know unless they were involved. That's when I realized the warnings weren't coming from some eerie sixth sense or random guesswork. They came from inside the circle. From the people causing the disasters. I felt a cold shiver crawl down my spine. It was no longer about being a witness. I was part of the story now. And whatever role I played, I wasn't sure I'd like the ending. I pulled off the road at a small roadside diner, its neon sign buzzing and flickering like a dying heartbeat. The place was almost empty, save for a couple of late-night drinkers nursing their coffee and a waitress who watched me like I'd just walked in from another world. The fluorescent lights inside buzzed softly, lending the air, cold and heavy with silence, a sterile, uneasy edge. Mark was already inside, sitting at the counter, his face partially shadowed beneath the brim of his hat. He looked up as I entered, eyes sharp but tired. "You shouldn't have come back," he said, voice low. "They're watching everything. Cameras hidden in the trees, drones overhead. The whole road's a trap. I slid onto the stool beside him, the vinyl seat cracked and sticky beneath me. I had to know. Of course you did. He sighed, rubbing a hand over his face. Listen, I've been trying to piece it together, but there's something you need to understand. The accidents, they're not random. They're planned. Coordinated. Like a sick game. I blinked, struggling to keep up. Who would do that? Why? Mark's eyes darkened. Power. Control. Insurance scams. Smuggling routes disguised as accidents. You name it. But it's bigger than just making a quick buck. They're sending a message. The waitress brought over a cup of coffee, the bitter aroma momentarily distracting me. I took a sip, the heat burning away some of the cold that had settled in my chest. Sending a message? I repeated. Mark nodded. Yeah. To anyone who tries to interfere. To anyone who starts asking questions. He leaned in closer, voice dropping to a whisper. I found something. A name. A location. But it's dangerous. If they catch wind that you're involved, there's no turning back. My stomach twisted. I knew he was right. I already felt the noose tightening. But the thought of walking away now, after everything, felt impossible. Show me, I said. We met again the next day in a rundown motel on the outskirts of town. The room smelled of mildew and old smoke, the wallpaper peeling in ragged strips. The only light came from a flickering bedside lamp that cast long shadows across the cluttered desk. Mark spread out a set of faded maps and printouts, his finger tracing a route along the highway. Here, he said. See this stretch? 3 accidents in the last month. Each one linked to the same group. I leaned in, the paper rough against my fingertips. The names and addresses looked like gibberish at first, but then I noticed patterns, business fronts, shell companies, a web of connections that pointed to something organized and deliberate. Who are they? I asked. Mark hesitated. That's the thing. It's not just one group. It's a network. Politicians, businessmen, even some law enforcement. They're all tangled up in it. The weight of that hit me like a punch. Corruption so deep it stained every level of the system. No wonder they wanted to keep me quiet. I looked up, catching Mark's eye. Then what? How do we stop them? He shook his head. We don't. Not yet. We just survived long enough to expose them. The night was thick when I left the motel, the air heavy with the scent of rain and asphalt. My phone vibrated again. Another message. No number. You can't run. I glanced around the empty street. Shadows pulled in doorways, and a distant dog barked sharply. The hairs on my neck prickled. Suddenly, the road ahead didn't seem like a path at all. It was a trap. A maze with no exit. I started the engine, hands trembling. The dashboard clock glowed 11:47 p.m. Time was slipping through my fingers, slipping through my life. I drove. Back on the highway, the night swallowed the car whole. The trees blurred past like dark sentinels, and the familiar scent of pine mixed with something else, something metallic, sharp. I tried to shake the feeling but couldn't. Mark's last words played over and over. They're watching. They're waiting. I caught a glimpse in the side mirror, a pair of headlights far behind, steady but gaining. No matter how fast I drove, that light stayed on me, patient and unblinking. I realized then there was no turning back. I was in too deep. The road had already closed behind me. Shadows crept along the edges of the quiet room, unnoticed but undeniably present. The car's tires hummed against the asphalt as the headlights grew brighter. The night, once empty, was suddenly full of eyes. And I was the only one who could see them. The headlights behind me stayed steady, relentless. They didn't flash or swerve, just followed. Like a shadow that refused to disappear, no matter how fast I pushed the accelerator. The highway stretched out in front, a black ribbon disappearing into the night, bordered by trees that leaned in like silent watchers. The scent of pine was still there, but now something else lingered in the air, a faint, metallic tang that made the back of my throat dry and itchy. I swallowed hard. I tried to focus on the road. Tried to ignore the creeping dread sliding down my spine, the way my knuckles whitened on the steering wheel. But the messages kept echoing in my head. You can't run. Those words weren't just warnings. They were promises. My mind flicked back to Mark's last moments. The way he'd gone pale, voice dropping to a whisper. They're watching. They're waiting. I thought he meant some kind of stalker. Maybe a gang. But now, in this suffocating dark, I wasn't so sure. Whoever they were, they had patience. They had plans. Plans that involved me. A sudden movement caught my eye, something darted across the road ahead. I slammed the brakes, tires screeching against the asphalt. My heart thudded so loudly I thought it might burst through my ribs. For a second, the headlights behind me disappeared in the curve, then reappeared. Still following. Still patient. I caught my breath, forced myself to calm down. I glanced at the clock, 11:52 p.m. 5 minutes since I'd started driving again. 5 minutes of being hunted. Then the voice returned, soft, calm, like it was sitting next to me on the passenger seat. Right up ahead, it said, there's a sharp turn. The guardrails are loose. A truck lost control there last week. 3 people injured, 1 critical. You'll have to slow down. Otherwise. The voice paused. You'll crash. I froze. The voice knew things no one should know. Details I couldn't have found on any news site or traffic report. How? And more importantly, why tell me? I forced myself to speak. Who are you? What do you want? No answer. The headlights behind me blinked once, twice. A silent taunt. I took the turn cautiously, hugging the inside lane, eyes darting to the guardrails. They looked old, rusted, but still intact. For a moment, I thought maybe the voice was bluffing. Maybe it was some sick joke. Then I heard it, a faint scraping, the sound that seemed to vibrate in my bones of metal grinding against metal. A truck, just like the voice said, careening down the hill, tires screeching, lights flickering. I slammed the brake again, heart nearly stopping. The truck was past, missing me by inches, careening into the guardrail with a terrible crash that echoed through the trees. The voice was right. Too right. I swallowed hard, my fingers tightening on the wheel. Why are you helping me? I asked, voice barely above a whisper. Still nothing. The road stretched ahead again, empty except for the shadows and that relentless light behind me. I didn't know if I wanted to thank the voice or curse it. Minutes later, the voice spoke again. Next exit. You'll see a diner. It's closed, but someone's inside. Waiting. You can't stop there. My breath hitched. That diner was a landmark rundown, boarded up, but sometimes used for strange meetings. I'd passed it dozens of times on road trips. Always felt a little uneasy near it. Now I knew why. I glanced at the rearview mirror. The headlights were closer. Too close. It felt like they were about to overtake me, but they didn't. I took the next exit, heart pounding in my ears. The street was narrow, lined with cracked sidewalks and shuttered shops. The diner loomed ahead, its faded neon sign flickering weakly, casting sickly green light over the empty parking lot. I slowed, debating whether to keep driving or stop. Then the voice whispered, "They're inside. Don't go in." I swallowed bile and nodded to myself. I'd been stubborn, chasing answers, but this felt like a trap. I backed out slowly, eyes flicking to every window, every dark corner. That's when I saw them. 3 figures standing just beyond the neon glow, shadows blending into shadows. They didn't move, didn't speak. They just watched. The hairs on my neck rose again. I slammed the car into reverse, tires crunching over gravel. The headlights behind me flared as the pursuer followed, but the figures near the diner stayed still, like statues. I peeled back onto the main road, heart hammering, mind racing. The voice spoke again, softer now, almost resigned. "They know." A cold wave swept over me. The voice wasn't some guardian angel. It was a guide, a warning system from inside the darkness. I wanted to scream, to cry, to do anything but drive. But I couldn't stop. Not now. The road curved sharply ahead, and the voice warned me again, this time about a car parked halfway in the lane, headlights off, engine idling. A trap. I slammed on the brakes, skidding to a halt just in time. The parked car's door opened slowly. A figure stepped out, silhouetted in the dim glow of the street lamp. Tall. Still. Waiting. My breath caught. The voice whispered, "They're closer than you think." I gripped the wheel, hands shaking. The figure took a step forward, then another. The headlights behind me flickered once. The voice was silent. For the first time, I felt truly alone. The figure stopped just outside my window. I didn't dare look over. A quiet tapping at the glass. My heart froze. The voice's final words echoed in my mind before fading into silence. "They know everything." And then the night swallowed me whole. The rain had settled into a slow, steady drizzle by the time I pulled off the highway, my tires hissing softly against the wet asphalt. I could taste the dampness through the cracked window, a faint metallic tang that clung to the inside of my mouth. The air felt thick, heavy with something I couldn't name, a weight that pressed down on my chest as surely as the low clouds pressed against the hills around us. I glanced at the passenger seat. He was quiet now, staring out at the blur of streetlights and neon signs, his pale face almost ghost-like in the dim glow. The silence between us was different this time. Not just an absence of words, but a presence. Like the calm before a storm, only this storm was inside the car, inside my skull. It had started hours ago, really, his predictions. The way he'd named every accident, every hazard ahead with unsettling precision. The first few had seemed like guesses, maybe even luck. But then the details sharpened into something uncomfortably specific. The make of the car that would skid on the wet pavement, the exact moment a truck would swerve to avoid a deer, the license plate of a stalled vehicle. How did he know? I'd ask myself that again and again, the question gnawing at me in the quiet spaces between his warnings. And now, sitting here with him, the answer was no longer a question. I cleared my throat, the sound rough in the confined space. "Why do you know all this?" I finally said. My voice sounded smaller than I wanted. He didn't turn to look at me. "Because I'm involved," he said, his tone flat, like stating the weather. "I see how it plays out, because I'm part of the plan." I blinked, the words crashing over me. Part of the plan. The phrase repeated itself like a cracked record. I swallowed hard. "You mean you're..." One of them? The ones causing these accidents? Not causing. Managing. He shrugged, as if it made everything normal. It's about control. Timing. Influence. His eyes flicked to mine then, sharp and unreadable. You're the first to listen without running. The car felt suddenly smaller, the walls closing in with the weight of what he'd said. I wanted to laugh, to say this had to be some kind of sick joke. But there was nothing funny here. The cold logic in his voice, the way he spoke like a man reading from a script, told me this was real. I had picked up a man who not only anticipated disaster but orchestrated it. My hands gripped the steering wheel. The leather was slick beneath my fingers, slick like the road outside. Why tell me this? What do you want from me? He smiled then, but it didn't reach his eyes. I want you to understand. To see the truth behind the chaos. You're not just a witness. You're a choice. I swallowed again, my throat dry and tight. A choice. He nodded slowly. You can drive away. Forget everything. Or you can help me. Help us. The words hung between us like a suspended thread. I could feel the steady drip of rain against the roof, the distant hum of tires on wet pavement. The world outside the car was moving, oblivious to the secrets we shared in this small cocoon of steel and glass. I thought about the people we passed, the lives tangled up in the accidents he predicted. The families, the drivers, the strangers whose fates were mapped out like chess moves. And then I thought about myself, how I had been drawn into this strange, dark orbit without meaning to. I can't, I said finally. My voice cracked. I don't want to be part of this. He studied me for a long moment, then nodded. I suspected as much. He reached into his pocket and pulled out a folded piece of paper, the edges worn and creased. Then you need to know this. He slid it across the dash. I unfolded it carefully. It was a map of the highway, marked with symbols and notes in a neat, precise hand. Routes, timing, checkpoints, names, addresses. The handwriting was familiar. It matched his signature on the rideshare app where I'd accepted the hitchhiker's request. Why give this to me? I asked, my fingers trembling slightly. Because you might stop it. Because if you don't, more people will get hurt. His voice was almost a whisper now. You have a choice. You always did. A lump formed in my throat. I wanted to believe there was a way out of this nightmare, some way to undo the creeping dread that had settled in my bones. But the truth was, I felt trapped. Like a passenger on a train barreling toward disaster, powerless to change course. I looked up. His face was calm, almost expectant. What will you do? I hesitated, the rain tapping a steady rhythm on the windshield. The car was cold now, the warmth of the engine fading as the night deepened. Outside, the world was dark and endless. I'm going to try, I said at last. I'm going to try to stop it. He nodded once, a small, approving gesture. Good. Because sometimes the scariest thing isn't the disaster itself. It's knowing it could have been prevented. The car fell silent again, but it was a different silence this time. Charged, fragile, full of possibility. I started the engine, my hand steady now, though my heart still hammered in my chest. The road stretched out ahead, slick and gleaming under the streetlights. I didn't know if I could change what was coming, but I knew I had to try. The hitchhiker didn't say another word. He watched the road, his expression unreadable. Outside, the rain softened to a mist, the night breathing around us like a living thing. For the first time since I'd picked him up, I felt something shift inside me. Not fear, exactly, Something sharper. Resolve. I drove on. Story 6, Unseen Intruder, Watching from Within. The moment I stepped into my apartment that evening, the air, cold and heavy with silence, felt off. I dropped my keys on the chipped wooden table by the door, the clink sounding unusually loud in the quiet space. The smell of damp concrete mixed with the faint, lingering scent of the takeout I'd brought home. The weather was humid today, sticky even, and I could feel the sweat cool slowly along the back of my neck. The apartment was mostly silent except for the distant drone of a car engine from the street below, and the intermittent creaks of the old building settling. Something about the way the light flickered from the overhead bulb struck me like it was struggling not to give out entirely. I rubbed my palms along my jeans, trying to shake off the day. Work had been the usual mess, emails piling up, the endless buzz of notifications, and a meeting that dragged on too long with no real outcome. I hated those meetings. Felt like shouting into a void. I was halfway through loosening my tie when my phone buzzed on the counter. A text from an unknown number. I frowned, picking it up to read. "I know what you did." My heart skipped. I dropped the phone back on the counter, the screen still glowing faintly in the dim light. A prank, maybe. Wrong number. I told myself that, but a cold knot tightened in my stomach anyway. I glanced at the front door, half expecting someone to be standing there, watching. No one. I tried to laugh it off. Probably some kid messing around. I locked the door behind me, double-checked the deadbolt 3 clicks, and headed to the kitchen to pour a glass of water. The faucet rattled against the dull quiet, water splashing against the sink with a faint metallic tang. I remember noticing how cold the water was, sharper than usual. Maybe the pipes were acting up again. My apartment was old, but I liked it. It had character, if you ignored the peeling paint near the windows and the way the radiator clanked at odd hours. I sat down at the small table, my fingers tracing the grain of the wood absently, thinking about the message. Who could know? I was careful. Not the kind to overshare, not even with close friends. I kept my secrets tight, locked away in the corners of my mind where they felt safe. Or so I thought. The phone buzzed again. This time, a picture. I didn't want to look, but I did anyway. It was a photo of my living room, taken from an angle near the ceiling. From the vantage point, it was clear someone had been inside my apartment. Someone with access. My breath caught, and my hands trembled ever so slightly. How? I live alone. I double-checked the locks again, ran my hand along the window seals. No forced entry. Nothing out of place except this undeniable proof that I wasn't alone. I stared at the phone, the screen's glow harsh against the darkening room. Then the text came again. I've been watching you for weeks. I stood up so fast the chair scraped against the floor. My mind raced. Who was this? What did they want? I felt exposed in a way I had never known before, like a bug pinned under glass. The walls seemed to close in, the familiar shapes of my apartment suddenly foreign, threatening. I paced, trying to make sense of it, to find a rational explanation. Maybe someone hacked my phone. Maybe a prankster. But it didn't feel like a joke. The level of detail in the messages, the photo, the timing, they were deliberate. Calculated. I flicked on the living room light. The bulb flickered once, twice, then steadied, casting long shadows against the walls. I moved toward my laptop, my fingers hovering over the keyboard. If someone had been watching me, then they'd had to get into my devices somehow. I opened my security app, the one I used to monitor the cameras I'd installed for peace of mind. Mostly just the front door and the hallway. I liked knowing when deliveries came, or if someone was lurking outside. The screen loaded slowly, the feed flickering to life. Nothing unusual. The hallway was empty, bathed in the orange glow of the street lamp outside. I closed the app, heart still hammering, and then opened the settings. That's when I noticed something I hadn't before, a new device connected to my Wi-Fi. Something named Watcher. I stared at the name, blinking hard. No way. I swiped to disconnect it, but it was gone the moment I tried. Like it was never there. A shiver crept up my spine. I walked to the window and pulled back the curtain just a crack. The street was empty except for a stray cat prowling along the sidewalk. Faint smells of garbage and rain hung in the air. I could hear a dog barking somewhere far away, the echo bouncing between buildings. I swallowed hard. The idea that someone could be inside my digital life, watching my every move, felt unreal. But the evidence was there. I wasn't imagining things. Someone knew me, knew the parts of me I kept hidden. And now they were telling me. I went back to the couch and sat down, trying to steady my breathing. I reached for my phone again. Another message. You can't hide. The words burned on the screen. I wanted to put the phone down, to throw it across the room, to shut it off and pretend none of this was real. But I couldn't. My fingers fumbled as I tried to call a friend, someone I trusted. The call went straight to voicemail. No signal. I looked up, heart pounding, ears straining for any sound beyond the city's usual background noise. Silence. Complete silence. The quiet was worse than the noise. I sank back into the couch, the fabric rough against my palms. The room felt colder now, even though the window was closed. I glanced at the security camera feed again. The screen was black. Dead. Except for a tiny blinking red light on the device itself. I blinked. Blinked again. I was trapped inside a surveillance bubble of my own making, one I hadn't even known existed until tonight. And whoever was behind it all was still watching. The room stayed cold, the kind of cold that seeps through your skin and settles in your bones. I didn't know how long I'd been staring at the blank screen before I finally shoved the phone aside and stood up. The apartment was shrouded in shadows, the only light coming from the street lamps outside, their orange glow flickering through the blinds. I could hear the faint hum of a distant siren, maybe a car driving by, but otherwise nothing. It was as if the city had paused, holding its breath with me. I needed to think. I needed to move. The first thing I did was check the cameras again. Not the external security feed, no, that was dead, blacker than a starless night. But the webcams on my laptop and the small ones on my smart devices. I tapped into each, one by one. Each showed the same empty room, but with a slight delay, a few seconds lag. Nothing else. No sign of anyone. No intruder. No stranger. Still, the idea that someone could be watching me through those lenses left a sour taste in my mouth. The thought was invasive, like a shadow crawling under my skin. I had always felt a little ridiculous relying on those cameras to feel safe, paranoia, some might say, but now it felt like they'd been turned against me. I opened the laptop and pulled up the security software I'd installed months ago, a half-hearted attempt to keep my apartment monitored after a break-in a friend had experienced. I wasn't tech-savvy, but I knew enough to dig through logs and alerts. The software's interface was clunky but serviceable. Scrolling through the activity logs, I found a series of access records from last night, all at odd hours. Someone had logged into my system remotely, bypassed the firewall. It was methodical, almost surgical. They'd been in my digital space for hours, watching, listening, knowing. I swallowed hard, the knot in my stomach tightening. How long had this been going on? How many secrets had they already uncovered? Then there was my phone. It was a smart device, but I'd never really thought about how vulnerable it was. I flipped it open, rifled through the settings, looking for anything unusual. Data usage spiked at odd times. There were apps I didn't recognize hidden, disguised under generic names like system update or backup service. I deleted them all, but doubt gnawed at me. Could I trust that I'd gotten them all? The sensation of being watched, of someone always just outside my vision, lingered like a bad smell. I paced the living room, running my hands over the rough plaster walls, feeling the uneven bumps beneath my fingertips. The house was too quiet. I needed fresh air. I grabbed my coat and stepped outside into the chilly night. The city smelled of wet pavement and gasoline, mixed with the faint aroma of roasted chestnuts from a vendor's cart a few blocks away. The street was nearly deserted, the usual hum of life dimmed to a whisper. I walked aimlessly, the cold biting through my jacket, my breath forming little clouds that disappeared into the night. I tried calling a few friends again, hoping for a lifeline, but every call went straight to voicemail. No signal. Not even a single bar. It was impossible. The network had worked fine just hours before. My chest tightened. I wasn't just trapped inside my apartment. I was cut off from the world. I stopped outside a small convenience store, its neon sign buzzing faintly. The glass door was locked, shuttered for the night. I pressed my palm against the cold glass, watching my breath fog the surface. A sudden movement caught my eye, a shadow slipping between the alleyway and the street. I blinked. Nothing. Probably just a stray cat. Or maybe not. I shook the thought away and started back toward home, the feeling of ice boring into my back growing stronger with every step. When I got back inside, I immediately checked every device again. The cameras, the laptop, the phone. All dead or compromised. But then I noticed something else. My smart speaker, usually silent and unobtrusive, was blinking faintly, its indicator light pulsing like a heartbeat. I hadn't used it tonight. I unplugged it, and the pulsing stopped. I was being watched through every device I owned. The speaker, the cameras, the phone. All of them had been hacked, turned into tools to monitor me. The thought was suffocating. I sank back onto the couch, running my hands through my hair. What did this person want? Why me? I thought of the stranger from earlier, the one who knew every intimate detail about my life, secrets I hadn't told a single soul. They'd been inside my world all along, lurking in the digital shadows. I reached for my phone one last time and scrolled through the messages again. No new texts. But then, buried beneath the latest, was an older message I hadn't noticed before. I'm closer than you think. My breath caught. I looked around the apartment, the shadows suddenly feeling too thick, too alive. Then I heard it, a soft click from the bedroom door. It wasn't locked. I didn't want to go check, but I had to. Not knowing was worse. I crept toward the door, every nerve screaming, every muscle tense. I opened it. The room was empty. But on the floor, just beyond the bed, was a small envelope. No handwriting on the front. No name. Just a single word typed in black ink. Look. My hands trembled as I picked it up and slid the flap open. Inside was a single photograph. It was me. Sleeping. From above. The angle was unmistakable, like a camera mounted on the ceiling, watching. I swallowed hard and dropped the photo onto the bedspread. The realization slammed down on me like a freight train. They had been inside my apartment. They had been watching me while I slept. I wasn't safe here. Not anymore. And if they could get this close, what else could they do? I backed out of the room, with its faint smell of dust and decay, the weight of that knowledge pressing down on me, crushing the air from my lungs. The stranger wasn't just a ghost in my digital world. They were real. And they were here. Right now. Somewhere in the shadows of my own home. I locked the bedroom door behind me, but it felt meaningless. The lock was cheap, the door thin. I needed help. I needed answers. But who could I trust? My phone buzzed in my pocket. I froze. No signal, I thought. I pulled it out. A new message. No number, no name. Just 4 words. You're not alone. I looked around the room, heart hammering in my chest. The city outside was silent, the street lamps flickering through the blinds. Somewhere, in the darkness, someone was watching. And waiting. The message blinked on my phone's screen like a pulse of cold, relentless, "You're not alone." I stared at it, thumb hovering above the screen, breath caught somewhere between hope and dread. I dropped the phone onto the bed, the spring mattress creaking beneath it. The faint hum of the city outside was swallowed by the weight of silence inside. The cheap lock on the bedroom door suddenly felt like a flimsy paper shield against a storm I couldn't see but could definitely hear breathing just beyond. I needed a plan. Desperation clawed at my ribs, tightening like a noose, but I forced myself to breathe deeper, slower. Maybe I was imagining things. Paranoia was a cruel trick, and I was tired, wired from sleepless nights and shadows that seemed to stretch further with every passing moment. But the truth was simpler and far worse. They were here. They had been here. And they knew me better than I knew myself. I glanced at the door, then at the window. The street lamp flickered erratically, casting dancing shadows across the peeling wallpaper. The smell of dust mixed with something faintly metallic, like the scent of a coin dropped onto cold concrete. It reminded me of the last time I'd felt this vulnerable, years ago, before I had built these walls around myself. I had to move. Sitting still was a luxury I couldn't afford. My fingers trembled as I fumbled toward my laptop on the desk. It was still logged in, the screen blurred and sleepy. I opened it, eyes darting to every corner of the room, with its faint smell of dust and decay as I typed, fingers hesitant but determined. "Who are you?" I typed into a search engine, then deleted it. No use. The stranger wasn't going to answer me directly. Not yet. I clicked on the security camera feed app, half expecting nothing to show, hoping for a broken system. Instead, the live images flickered on the screen, my living room, my kitchen, my hallway. Every angle I had set up months ago, initially for peace of mind, was now an open window into my terror. I leaned closer. There, in the kitchen frame, a shadow moved. Just a flicker, maybe a trick of the light, but it was enough to freeze my blood. No, it was impossible. I'd been alone all night. Or had I? The idea clawed at my mind, tearing at the edges of reason. Could they have been inside my apartment while I was locked in my bedroom? Had I been so distracted by the fear that I didn't notice someone else's presence? I closed the laptop with a sharp snap, heart pounding against my ribs like a frantic prisoner. I needed to get out. Now! But where? Every door I tried was locked or led to a hallway that felt like a maze. My apartment was on the 5th floor, and the stairwell was old and dimly lit, coated in grime and the smell of mildew. The emergency exit was chained shut, some safety regulation, no doubt. I grabbed my coat from the back of the chair and stuffed my phone into the pocket. The cold metal of the keychain felt heavy in my hand. I hesitated for a fraction of a second, then stepped toward the door, locking it behind me as best I could. The hallway was colder than I expected, the rough plaster walls damp beneath my fingertips as I moved cautiously. I paused, listening. Silence. Complete silence except for the distant hum of the city and the occasional drip of water somewhere deep in the building. I took the stairs two at a time, breath coming in ragged bursts, the narrow space closing in around me. At the bottom, the exit door loomed ahead, but the chain was taut and unforgiving. My fingers worked quickly, trying to find a way to loosen it. That's when I heard it, a soft shuffle behind me. I spun around. Nothing. Just the flickering fluorescent light overhead, buzzing faintly, casting intermittent shadows that looked like figures in the corners. I swallowed hard, heart jackhammering against my chest. The truth settled like a stone in my stomach. I was trapped. Suddenly, my phone buzzed again. I yanked it out, nearly dropping it in my haste. The screen lit up with another message. This one longer. You can't run. Not now. Not ever. We've known you since before you did. I blinked, mouth dry, staring at the words. I wanted to scream, to plead, to argue. Instead, I felt the cold creep of finality. This wasn't a game. It wasn't a prank or a twisted joke. They had been inside my life, lurking in the shadows I thought I controlled. I slid down the wall, knees hitting the cold concrete floor. My mind raced through every secret, every unspoken thought, every moment I tried to bury deep. How had they found out? Who were they? And why? Then it hit me. The cameras. The phone. Every piece of technology one owned had been a window. Every private conversation, every whispered doubt, every tear shed in the dark, all watched, recorded, catalogued. I ran my hand over my face, feeling the sting of tears I hadn't let myself shed. There was no going back. The line I had crossed was invisible but absolute. I was no longer just a target or a victim. I was part of their game, trapped in a web I couldn't see but could feel tightening. The door creaked. I froze. Slow footsteps approached. No escape. Only the cold certainty that my life had changed forever, and the stranger was ready to show me exactly how deep their knowledge ran. The door creaked again, slow and deliberate. Don't move, a voice said. Low, almost conversational. I wouldn't have guessed it belonged to someone who had been stalking me for weeks, maybe months. Someone who knew every corner of my life, every dark corner I tried to hide from even myself. I'm not going anywhere, I said, voice cracking like old drywall. I wasn't sure if I was trying to sound brave or just keep them talking. Maybe both. Good. The footsteps stopped just out of sight, somewhere near the threshold of the hallway. You look tired. The stranger's voice had a strange inflection, like they were amused by my exhaustion. And scared. Which is natural. I would be, too, if I were in your shoes. I swallowed, trying not to shiver. The air smelled faintly of damp plaster and something metallic, like old pennies left in a forgotten jar. The kind of smell that sticks in your nose, no matter how much you want it to go away. How do you know all of that? I whispered. How do you know everything? There was a pause, a breath. Then the voice came again, softer this time. Because I'm always here. Watching. Listening. Learning. A faint click, like a button pressed on the other end of a device. All your devices, your cameras, your phones, they're not just gadgets. They're windows. Windows I've been looking through. I closed my eyes. The cold floor pressed against my knees, unforgiving and real. I knew it. I had known it since the moment I realized how much they'd seen. But hearing it confirmed, spoken aloud, made my skin crawl. Why? I asked, voice barely audible. What do you want from me? The silence stretched. Too long. Then the voice came back, almost tender in its clarity. I want you to understand. To see what you never saw before. You think your secrets are yours. That they're safely locked behind your own eyes. But they never were. They belong to me now. My hands trembled. I clenched them into fists, nails digging into my palms, trying to ground myself. You don't own me, I said, even though my voice betrayed the doubt. No, the stranger agreed. Not yet. But soon. The hallway light flickered overhead, casting jagged shadows that danced like ghosts on the peeling walls. It was a bad bulb, buzzing quietly, like static electricity before a storm. The sound made me jump. Look, I said, trying to keep the edge out of my voice. If you want something, talk to me. Why all this? The watching, the secrets? What's the point? A slow, deliberate step forward. Then another. The stranger stepped into view, just enough light to see the edges of a face framed by a hood, eyes sharp and unreadable. I want control, they said, voice steady. Not over your life. Over your fear. Your choices. I want you to realize that every moment, every word, every breath, someone is there. Watching. Judging. Deciding. I shivered despite the warm air in the room. You don't scare me, I said, but the tremor in my throat betrayed me. They smiled, just a twitch of the mouth, but enough. You will. Soon. My mind spun, desperate to find a way out, a crack where I could slip free. But the room felt smaller, walls inching closer. The flickering light above me pulsed, casting long, uneven shadows that made the stranger's face look like a mask. Why me? I asked, voice shaking, half to convince myself I wasn't just a random target. Because you're alone, they said simply. Because you trust too easily. Because you have things you want to hide, and those things make you vulnerable. Their words stabbed sharper than any item could. I remembered all the moments I thought no one was watching, the nights crying alone, the whispered conversations, the data I thought was erased, the mistakes I buried. All catalogued, all exposed. Suddenly the stranger moved closer, too close. I could see the reflection of the flickering light in their eyes, cold and calculating. They reached into a pocket and pulled out my phone. My phone. I froze as they tapped the screen. Images, messages, videos flooded the screen, my life laid bare. The stranger swiped through them slowly, deliberately, as if savoring every secret. You see this? They said, voice low. Every late night call to your sister when you thought you were safe. Every text to your therapist that you deleted. Every moment you tried to pretend everything was okay. I bit my lip until it bled, trying to keep quiet. Tears stung the corners of my eyes, the bitterness of betrayal sour on my tongue. They handed the phone back without a word. You're not just being watched. You're being understood. And that's the most dangerous thing of all. I felt a sudden rush of resolve. If this was a game, I wasn't going to play by their rules. Not without a fight. What do you want from me? I said again, louder this time. The stranger's eyes flicked to mine, a spark of something almost human, curiosity. Respect? I couldn't tell. To see how you'll respond, they said. To see if you'll break. To see if you'll run. I swallowed hard. I'm not running. They laughed quietly, a sound that sent shivers down my spine. Good. Because you can't. The lights flickered faster now, the buzzing growing louder. The walls seemed to close in tighter. I noticed then the faint smell of burnt plastic, sharp and acrid, creeping in from somewhere behind me. "Wait," I said, turning slowly. "What's that smell?" The stranger stepped back into the shadows, voice almost a whisper. "You're running out of time." Suddenly, the door at the far end slammed shut with a hollow thud that echoed through the room. My skin prickled. I was trapped. Panic rose like bile in my throat, raw and harsh. My eyes darted to the door, then back to the stranger. "Why are you doing this?" I demanded, voice breaking. They stepped forward again, closer this time, the flickering light catching their face just enough to reveal a faint scar tracing from temple to jawline. "Because I want you to understand the truth. The truth about who you think you are and who you really are when no one's watching." Their words hung between us like smoke, thick and suffocating. I swallowed, tasted the bitterness of fear and something else, something darker. The stranger's phone buzzed suddenly, sharp and insistent. They glanced down, expression unreadable. "I have to go," they said quietly. "But don't think this is over. I'll be watching. Always." Then, as if the shadows themselves swallowed them whole, they stepped back into the darkness, and the door creaked open slowly. I didn't hesitate. I scrambled to my feet, heart hammering in my chest like a frantic drumbeat. The air smelled cleaner here, but still heavy with the residue of their presence. I ran. Outside, the street was empty, quiet except for the distant hum of a late-night delivery truck and the occasional bark of a dog. My breath came in ragged gasps, cold air burning my lungs till I kept moving, every nerve screaming for escape, for safety, for something, anything normal. But deep down, I knew the stranger was already inside my mind, already inside my life, watching through every screen, every camera, every moment I thought was mine alone, and no matter where I ran, the darkness they'd brought with them would follow till I stayed frozen for a long, ragged minute after the stranger vanished into the dark hallway, the door creaking shut behind them like a whispered warning. My breath came in sharp, uneven gasps, the cold air of the empty building biting at my skin through my thin jacket. The silence was thick, almost viscous, broken only by the faint hum of a distant street lamp and the steady drip of water somewhere nearby. I could taste the stale metallic tang of adrenaline on my tongue, bitter and unrelenting. I didn't move at first. My hands trembled, fingers curling into fists, nails digging into my palms. The scar on the stranger's face replayed in my mind like some grotesque signature. It was the kind of mark that made you wonder about the stories behind it, stories you'd never want to hear. The words they said echoed louder than the creaking door, "I'll be watching. Always." There was no bravado in the threat, no taunt, just cold certainty. I swore I could still feel those eyes on me, even though the room, with its faint smell of dust and decay, was empty. I wanted to believe I was safe, but the cameras, my cameras, those tiny, blinking sentinels scattered through my apartment, my car, even the hallway outside, had betrayed me. They fed the stranger every secret, every idle moment I thought was private. Every unguarded thought, every whispered confession to myself, every time I thought I'd locked the door tight enough, I stumbled toward the window, the rough plaster of the wall scraping against my shoulder. Outside, the street was empty and quiet except for the distant bark of a dog and the occasional rustle of leaves in the cold wind. I pressed my forehead against the glass, feeling the chill seep into my skin. The world outside seemed normal, but I knew better now. Normal was just a mask. That night, I didn't sleep. I sat in the living room, lights off, curtains pulled tight, every sound amplified, the creak of the radiator, the hum of the fridge, the faint tick of the wall clock. I kept checking my phone, half expecting a message from the stranger, some new revelation or threat. Nothing. But the silence didn't comfort me. It tightened like a noose. When dawn finally broke, pale and fragile, I made a decision. I couldn't stay here. Staying meant vulnerability, meant endless waiting for the next intrusion. I packed a small bag with the essentials, clothes, chargers, a notebook I hadn't touched in years. I left the apartment without looking back, the air crisp and sharp as I locked the door behind me. Every step I took felt heavier, as if the weight of unseen eyes pressed down on my shoulders. The next days blurred into a strange, restless limbo. I stayed with a friend in a different part of town, someone I hadn't spoken to in years but trusted enough not to ask too many questions. I changed my phone number, deleted social media accounts, even unplugged the home internet at my place. Still, the paranoia lingered like an unwelcome shadow. I kept checking every reflection, every dark corner, every unfamiliar sound. And yet, no sign of the stranger. One afternoon, while sitting in a cafe with the dull hum of conversation around me, I caught myself watching the security camera above the doorway. My stomach clenched. I thought about the stranger's words again, how they wanted me to see who I really am when no one's watching. Was this some twisted lesson? A punishment? Or something else, something I couldn't quite grasp? I realized I had been living behind an invisible glass wall, always performing for an audience I never chose. The truth was, part of me had wanted to be seen, to be understood, even if that meant exposure. But this was different. This was violation, pure and simple. Weeks passed. I started to rebuild, cautiously. I found an apartment with no smart devices, no cameras, no trackers. I bought a second-hand flip phone, ancient and unconnected to any network. The silence was almost overwhelming at first, but it slowly became a refuge. I took long walks in the park, felt the rough bark of trees beneath my fingers, smelled the damp earth after rain, heard children laughing in the distance without worrying about who might be listening. I began writing again, filling the notebook with raw, unfiltered thoughts. Pages upon pages of confusion, fear, anger, but also clarity. The stranger had shattered my sense of privacy, yes, but they'd also forced me to confront parts of myself I'd been too scared to face. I wrote about the secrets they knew, things I hadn't even admitted to myself, and in doing so, I reclaimed them. One evening, as the sun dipped low and painted the sky a bruised purple, I found myself standing by the window, looking out at the city. The wind carried a faint scent of rain and something green, fresh, alive. I thought about the stranger one last time. Would they ever come back? Would they continue to watch from the shadows? Maybe, but I wasn't the same person anymore. The fear hadn't vanished, but it had transformed into something steadier, a cautious resilience. I knew I couldn't erase the past or the knowledge that someone had invaded my life so completely. All I could do was live in spite of it. Live on my own terms, I closed the notebook, the pages thick with ink and truth, and let the city's evening sounds wash over me, the distant wail of a siren, the soft murmur of traffic, the rustle of leaves stirred by the breeze. I breathed deeply, tasting the crisp air, feeling the pulse of the world beyond my window. There was no fairy tale ending, no need to escape. Just this, a slow, deliberate reclaiming of my life from the edges of darkness. The stranger had come and gone, but the scars they left had begun to fade, not because I forgot, but because I chose to keep moving forward, and that made all the difference.